Dentro de instantes nós iniciaremos o nosso evento. Eu queria convidar quem já estiver na plateia para a gente ficar mais próximo aqui, se aproximar um pouquinho, ficar sentado um pouquinho mais à frente, que fica até melhor para o acompanhamento aqui da apresentação e também nós nos sentimos mais aconchegados com vocês pertinho da gente.
Sabe quantos empreendedores foram beneficiados no Fortaleza Capacita?
Uns 2.000?
5.000, 6.000 para cima.
O programa Fortaleza Capacita já qualificou mais de 20 mil empreendedores e tem mais ações da Prefeitura para gerar oportunidades e renda. O Costurando o Futuro já beneficiou centenas de pessoas e o programa Nossas Guerreiras capacitou mais de 12 mil mulheres, além de oferecer crédito para mais de 1.000 empreendedoras. Prefeitura de Fortaleza, transformando desafios em novas conquistas.
Às vezes a gente se pergunta, de onde vem essa força capaz de mover um país? No fundo a gente já sabe, vem de quem arregaça as mangas e faz acontecer. Fácil? Ninguém disse que seria, mas ninguém melhor que o empreendedor para entender que é preciso algum sacrifício para seguir em frente e realizar. Mas e aí, vai melhorar lá na frente? É nisso que a gente acredita, no trabalho, na soma dos esforços, e principalmente em um país com mais liberdade para quem quer empreender e produzir mais. Vem crescer junto, porque de uma coisa você pode ter certeza: se um Brasil mais forte depende de todos nós, estamos prontos. Pode contar com a força do Sebrae para fazer mais, inovar mais, apoiar e trabalhar junto para construir um novo país. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Você já conhece a SESI Clínica? Com unidades na Parangaba, no Centro, Maracanaú, Sobral e Juazeiro do Norte, as SESI Clínicas são abertas ao público e oferecem exames e consultas de diversas especialidades com preços que cabem no seu bolso. Agende agora sua consulta ou exame. Ligue 4009-6300. SESI Ceará. Feliz de quem tem.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies
boa
and
tarde
gentlemen,
a todos.
good afternoon.
Boa tarde a todas. Sejam muito
And
bem-vindos
be
ao nosso
very
segundo dia
welcome
do
to the
Ceará
second
Global
day of
2022.
Ceará Global
Evento
2022,
anual com enfoque na área de
annual
negócios
event
internacionais.
focused on international
Nós falamos aqui
businesses.
direto do
We are
auditório do
talking
BS Design
from
Corporate
BS Design
Towers,
Corporate
em
Tower
Fortaleza,
in
capital do
Fortaleza,
estado do Ceará,
state
de
capital
onde
for
também
Ceará,
fazemos a transmissão
from
virtual
where we are
direto da nossa
broadcasting
plataforma
virtually
Metrópole
from
Virtual,
our
criada
Metropolis virtual
especialmente para o
platform,
evento,
created
de forma
especially
que
for the
garanta uma
event
experiência
to
imersiva e
guarantee an
gamificada
immersive
para os nossos
experience,
visitantes.
immersive and
Na
gamified,
plataforma é
if you
possível
allow
você
me to say.
visitar um
In
showroom
the platform,
do
you
Centro
can
de
have a
Eventos do Ceará,
showroom
no Centro
of
de
the event
Exposições
center
Virtual.
of Ceará,
É possível
a
conhecer
virtual
também o núcleo de
exhibition center.
ESG da Federação das
You can
Indústrias do Estado do Ceará, FIEC, visitar o núcleo
get
de
to know
práticas em
the
comércio exterior,
ESG
o NUPEX,
nucleus
no
from
prédio
FIEC.
virtual da
You
Unifor,
can
a Universidade de
visit the
Fortaleza,
stands
e
from
fazer visitas
Unifor,
técnicas virtuais nos prédios
Federal
do Porto do Pecém e do Porto de
University
Fortaleza,
of
ambos aqui
Fortaleza,
no Ceará,
and
e
also
também
the
no
Port
hub
of
de dados
Pecém,
de Sines, em Portugal,
and the
a partir do prédio
data
virtual
hub of
do
Sines
SESC,
in Portugal
perdão, do
from
SENAC, do Senac
our
Correção.
virtual
E também
platform
acompanhar a programação,
made
essa
by
programação
Senac.
que está
And
acontecendo
also
presencialmente aqui no
following
auditório,
this
está sendo transmitida para
programming
vocês
that is
aí de forma
being
virtual.
broadcasted
O
to
Ceará
you
Global é realizado
digitally.
anualmente de
Ceará
forma
Global is
itinerante. Tornou-se o
realized, is
principal
performed
evento sobre o
annually
processo de internacionalização da
itinerantly.
economia do Ceará,
It's the main event
comércio
about
exterior e atração de
internationalization in
investimentos
Ceará, and
estrangeiros.
also about
Nos anos de 2017
foreign
e
trade
2018,
and
o evento foi realizado
foreign
na sede da
investments.
Federação das Indústrias do Estado do
In
Ceará, a FIEC.
2018 and
Em
2017,
2019,
it's
com o
been
tema
held
A
in
Força das
FIEC
Micro e Pequenas
facilities.
Empresas,
In
o Ceará Global
2019,
teve
Ceará
espaço na
Global,
sede do Sebrae
focusing on
Ceará.
SMEs,
Nos
has
anos de
been held
2020,
in
com o
Sebrae's
tema
facility in
futuro
2020 with
360
the
graus.
team
Em
360
2021, com a
degrees
temática dos
future in
clusters, nosso
2021
evento
with the
aconteceu
clusters
somente
thematic.
no formato online.
Our event
Este ano,
happened
estamos aqui muito
only
felizes de
online.
retomar o
And
nosso
this
formato
year we
presencial
are happy
com a
to
transmissão
be
em
in
paralelo
person
para
again
darmos oportunidade ao máximo
with
possível
the
de pessoas
broadcasting
usufruírem
hybrid
desses 2 dias
transmission
de
in
experiência
parallel
e
to
de
give the
conexões
opportunity
entre o Ceará e o mundo,
to more
e
people
de
to know
maneira
about the connections
diretamente
between
alinhada aos
Ceará
objetivos
and
do
the world
desenvolvimento
and
sustentável,
aligned with
os ODS.
sustainability and with
O
all
Ceará
the
Global
SDGs
é um
from
projeto
United
idealizado
Nations.
pela Câmara
Ceará
Temática de
Global
Comércio
is a
Exterior e
project from
Investimento,
exterior
vinculada à Agência de
Foreign Trade
Desenvolvimento
Chamber
Econômico do Estado do Ceará,
linked
a
to
ADESE,
the
em
ADESE,
associação com a
Agency
Câmara
for
Brasil-Portugal no Ceará,
Economic Development in
FIEC,
Ceará,
Sebrae,
and Brazil
FEComércio
Portugal
e
Commerce
Unifor,
Chamber,
e outras
FIEC,
24
FEComércio
entidades
and
públicas
Unifor,
e
and other
privadas que atuam
24
de forma coordenada
public
em
and
prol da
private
internacionalização da
entities
economia cearense.
acting
Além do
coordinatedly
evento
for the
anual, o Ceará
internationalization
Global
of the
publica
companies in
constantemente
Ceará.
através do
Ceará
LinkedIn
Global
uma seleção de notícias
publishes
sobre o ambiente
through
de
LinkedIn
negócios no Ceará.
a selection of news about business in Ceará towards for the foreign investors to know better about all the novelties with 11,000 connections. At this moment, we would like to thank the board of the chambers, foreign chamber, and the Portugal Chamber for Commerce, and our technical committee members for gathering, putting together the efforts, their talents for this initiative. A special thanks to our lecturers and mediators that have accepted the invitation to enrich the technical programming here with their experience. Please, a round of applause. Let's give it up for them. And for this edition to be a reality, we've had support from the following companies, sponsors: City Hall Fortaleza, FIEC, SESI Ceará, Sebrae Ceará, BS Par, and APSV Law Firm. Institutional support from Unifor, support from ISIP, Port Complex Port of Pecém Companies Association, Termaco, Unilink, ABM Terminals, Grupo Fornecedora, Grupo Cordeiro, Ecovalor, and ESG Now. Our media partner is O Povo, Grupo O Povo. And now let's start our technical program for today. We have a lot to do in this afternoon, lots of insights, lot of knowledge. And our first theme will be a hypercluster in the sea economy with a factor for, as a factor for economic development in the state of Ceará. Follow the vignettes. So let's invite to the stage our lecturers, Professor Tarim Montalverne from the Federal University of Ceará, Professor of Law,
Professora doutora Osileia Bezerra Menezes, diretora do Instituto de Ciências
PhD
do Mar,
Professor Osileia Menezes from Labomar with the Federal University of Ceará,
Felipe Matias, cientista-chefe da
Felipe
pesca
Matias,
e aquicultura da FUNCAP,
Chief Scientist for Fishing
e participa de
of
forma virtual
FUNCAP,
o nosso
and
palestrante Miguel Marques, conselheiro
digitally
internacional
our
da
lecturer
economia azul
Miguel
da
Marques
cidade do Porto, de Portugal.
from Porto to talk about blue
Para
economy.
fazer a mediação do painel,
To
convido o
mediate this
advogado
panel, I
Rômulo Alexandre
invite the
Soares,
lawyer
sócio-diretor do
Rômulo
APSV
Alexandre
Advogados
Soares,
e cofundador do projeto Ceará Global.
partner of APSC Advogados law firm and founder of Ceará Global.
Por favor, fiquem à vontade. O nosso mediador, Rômulo Alexandre
Our
Soares, vai ter 5
mediator,
minutos
Mr.
para fazer a
Rômulo
abertura do
Alexandre,
painel
will
e
have
suas
5 minutes
considerações.
for the
Na
initial
sequência,
remarks.
cada dos palestrantes terá
And
10
then
minutos para
afterwards,
sua
each one of the
explanação.
lecturers will have
Vamos
10
solicitar
minutes.
que desta vez, já que eu
Then
levei muito
let's,
puxão de orelha ontem com o horário, vamos...
Well, because of the time, for the sake of time, please, 10 minutes, but 10 minutes straight.
Nosso horário para a gente seguir.
Okay, let's try to follow, to be straight to the time. Our staff will help you.
Rômulo, por favor.
So, thank you, Mauro. Good afternoon. I would like to start thanking you for the privilege to moderate this panel. I think one of the most interesting to me because of its meaning. So, sea economy has it's been revolutionary, bringing environment for the development agenda. If we have opportunity today to talk about climate crisis, sustainable development, and our production decarbonized, obviously the ocean environment brings to the debate, brings to the table sustainability within That's why the panel is called hypercluster. Sea economies, hypercluster. So we're gonna talk about this hypercluster, and we've been very careful to select which biases which streams to talk in this debate, because economics are not enough, and we need to talk about people, traditional communities, science, university, and then we have four specialists here, people that in the last few years they are writing the history of this debate in Ceará. So Professor Osileia from Labomar. Labomar is very well known by everybody. It's a very important body, very important public body with the university. She will be talking about ocean science, the role that science plays discussing development. And so a blue economy is an internationalized economy, so it demands from us some cooperation, and we need to perform benchmarking. And then we bring the specialist, Mr. Miguel Marques from the northern part of the Atlantic, from Portugal. Great specialist. So we are Portuguese, but we love Ceará. And then he will be talking to us about opportunities, internationally speaking. That's Ceará Global. And then he will be followed by Professor Tarim Montalverne, talking about the regulatory milestone. It's a very recent theme, because we're talking about the use and the sustainability to assure the next generation's usage as well. And lastly, Felipe, that is a friend, and we've been talking about lots of themes, including blue economy, so I think this panel is very comprehensive. Also, we have lots of people from lots of social ranges, different ranges of the society, and we have a good amount of people living in the coast. We have this dispute for the space, and we need to dialogue, right? And I know Felipe, I know his background. He's an engineer, he's a scientist, and he's the chief scientist for FUNCAP. So this is the team of four specialists that will navigate in these four dimensions: scientific, geostrategical, regulatory and legal, and social. So with no further ado, leaving 49 seconds saved. Now, Professor, please. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the organizing committee for having me here in this very important event. So, it's a global theme, global item of the global agenda, and it's nice to have Brazil and Portugal in this panel. Pangea has separated us, but the Atlantic reunited us again. So in this panel, I've been asked to talk about the role of the ocean sciences for the blue economy development, how this science can boost economy, and for starters, for the layman or you that are making acquaintance with this blue economy theme, I would like to define what blue economy is. So blue economy comprehends all the economic activities that has the sea as a means or as the source of the resources. So some concepts are nominate this as blue economy. So blue economy includes sustainability and preservation. It doesn't mean that the blue economy is not present, has no sustainability and preservation, but we have it's a matter of concept. And there is another concept that is about our Blue Amazon. Another concept, a more political and strategical one. And then, but let's get back to our expression, blue economy or ocean economy. So the ocean economy comprehends industry, commerce, services, and combined to them the productive sectors regarding fishing, aquaculture, marine biotechnology, renewable energies, mineral resources, tourism, leisure, sports, and naval industry. 8 sectors regarding this ocean sea economy. And science is cross-cutting to everyone. Science, ocean science collaborates with all these sectors. We also have to say that we have 3 sectors, as Romulo said: social, environmental, and economic. Within these 8 big sectors, the social part focuses in the reduction of poverty, generating job posts and revenue for people. The economic brings standards, standards for sustainability, and environment would be approached like in a protective way to be the ground for the resources that are explored. And it's also important to mention the sea GDP. So, how big is the sea? Is the GDP coming from the sea? It's important to have these GDP that the sea economy works with. We don't have current data, but Carvalho in 2018 forecasted that the ocean economy used it to generate 19% of the Brazilian GDP. And OCDE in 2016 said that in the worldwide GDP, so we've had $1.6 trillion, and it forecasts that this volume of resources, this marine GDP, would be duplicated, $3 billion. So this is just a small depiction of the ocean economy, all the sectors and the volume of money produced in terms of GDP. And for the state of Ceará, the ocean economy is a vector for the development. Ceará is a state with a huge coast, and it means that we have an ocean economy that depends on the sea. Our state is by the Atlantic Ocean, and we have the coastal line. We have 573 kilometers of coastline, and we have also the countryside of our state with 149,000 square kilometers. But the program chief scientist, cientista-chefe, or chief scientist, raised the data that the sea area of Ceará features 249 square kilometers, 1,000 square kilometers. So, as the Secretary Arthur Bruno, or the Green Seas of Ceará, features the double area that the countryside has. It's a vast area, a wide area, and we must know it better to have all the benefits from that we can have from it. And to give you an idea of this ocean economy, since it is very huge, so Ceará features approximately 9 million inhabitants, but in the 23 coastal municipalities, we have approximately 4 million inhabitants. In other words, in the coastal zone of our state, we have um, roughly half of the population. And it means that 4 million inhabitants of our state are relating, are bound to the ocean economy, right? So we have as a state a fantastic geostrategical position, communicating with Europe and the United States in straight line. We've been favored by nature in terms of strong winds and geohabitats. We have good ports and we have good cooperation nationally and internationally, and we are inserted in national public policies as well. We have lots of sectors for the ocean economy already consolidated: the alive resources, marine extraction of oil and gas, ports, maritime transportation, naval industry, and coastal tourism, and other emerging sectors that are marine, renewable energy, the bioeconomy for the sea, mining in the sea, protection of the sea bottom, and nautic sports. So we have also FIEC organizing these sea economy through projects like the strategic routes and the profiles for the future, and focusing on science and maritime strategic policies from the state government with the Environment Secretariat, Modernization Secretariat, Science and Technology Secretariat, through funding bodies, etc. But time is short, and I will mention a program called Chief Scientists that coordinates public policies like and the projects like Digital Atlas, Maritime Observatory, and the PDEA, the platform for data and space for data from the sea and from the space, and all the state policies for conservation and sustainable use of the resources. We also have, I also represent here the economy chamber for the sea, a chamber from ABC, boosting this governance with the sea economy. So, sea economy can be used as a strategy for the development of the state of Ceará, and it's a sea of opportunities, literally. And regarding science, I'll be very brief. Our dean of the Federal University of Ceará, Professor Cândido Albuquerque, is always promoting the sea sciences with scientific-based management, also promoting industries to invest in scientific knowledge as their greatest asset. And Labomar performs a key role training professionals to solve problems, to solve complex problems, and contributing in a positive way for the society. Labomar has been strengthening this relationship in the academia, so between the public power, academia, and three jurisdictions: municipal, state level, and federal. And these initiatives are promoted to coastal planning, emphasizing in climate change's adaptation, and internationally developing projects like Atlantic collaboration, partnering up with Portugal to mitigate climate changes, ocean pollution, and also conserving the maritime biodiversity, and also fostering maritime biotechnology, offshore generators, and the green hydrogen. So in this scenario, we keep strengthening Labomar, our bond, our commitment with quality science, innovation, internationalization, and others. And always with the perspective to be humanist, to be inclusive, and to converse with other sectors. And during the debate, I will talk more about the strategic goals for science. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ozilea, and she always takes notes for her lectures. And I will ask if she can share her notes to share with the group afterwards. And well, the Sea of Ceará features cables, and the cables are fundamental to the connection, internet connection. So we've been separated by the Pangaea, and technology allows us to bring Miguel Marques from the Madeira Island, to bring him into the stage, yet digitally. So Miguel, your words about the opportunities regarding blue economy. So 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Romulo. Can you hear me well? Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, Romulo, yes, I'm in the Madeira Island, so it's still Portugal. Portugal is a peninsula country. A flight from Madeira to Fortaleza is more or less like to go to Fortaleza to São Paulo in terms of time. So we're not that far, right? And well, I've been asked to talk about opportunities in the Sea of Ceará and around the world. But before talking about these opportunities, I would like to congratulate you, the organization, for this marvelous event, and to thank for all the entities present here, collaborating with me in certain areas. And I also would like to thank the extraordinary welcome that the state of Ceará and the public bodies from Ceará provided to committee from Portugal. And during that visit from the Portuguese fellows, they could see how Ceará is developing, and how Ceará is taking advantage of the opportunities. And before the pandemic, this conflict in Europe, the energy theme was important. So today, energy and renewable energy is much more important after the pandemic. When talking to general leaders on the field, they would think that the world would develop for more sustainable energy production framework, but they didn't know how, when. And now with this conflict in Europe, most of the leaders, working on the Atlantic, they have no doubt that the solar, wind, and hydrogen power generation will make the world more self-sufficient in energy, less dependent on fossil resources, and more sustainable. So one of the greatest opportunities is the renewable energy theme, and in case in our state is a very important thing, because we have sun, we have wind, we have everything. So, and we are also gathering efforts for this development to be even more accelerated. So I believe in the next 3 years, maybe before the pandemic, I would say 10 years, but now I say 3 years, we'll have lots of novelties on this. And talking about food security, I know we have a good representative here in the panel for this theme, and this is very important theme, that is food security. So the world is full of people to feed, right? And this ocean theme is also has to do about healthy feeding. We have more people, and we need more products And but on the other hand, people with more wellness, when they are better positioned in the society rank, so we have a trend to for them by them to improve their feeding, and we'll have more opportunities in aquaculture and fishing industries. Um, maybe made them to be sustainable. So the sustainable pathway is the only way. When we talk about energy and feeding, these two industries, they have, a line of other industries behind. And it's impossible to seize the opportunity of energy without a good naval industry. So we are seeing here three great axes that are strong opportunities in the short term. And let's start talking about Ceará and what happens in Madeira Island is similar. Just giving you a bit of context, we have only 250,000 inhabitants with an enormous sea. We have one fourth of our ocean. We have 2 million square kilometers. So we're talking about a huge area. In our Madeira island, so the strong industry here is tourism. And we are seizing the opportunities for the blue tourism in this pathway of creating value and preserving and valuing the ecosystem. So economy is not incompatible with sustainability. Although we have to make the right decisions. And I wouldn't like to monopolize the panel, and I would like to be more available to answer questions than to give lectures. So, but it's important to say that that it's important to protect not only the environment but all the lives we have in the sea. And to seize the opportunities in the sea, we need to give the proper conditions to protect lives, human lives in the sea, and it's another opportunity to generate value. We need more equipment, we need more capacity, and we need to give our manpower the proper conditions for them to work safely. And I would like to pay my respects uh, to our Navy fellows here in Portugal. Gave me I've been part of a drill this morning, simulating an aid situation of an emergent situation, and I thank you for your attention. So thank you, Professor Miguel. So Professor Miguel Marques, some years ago, he started a work to create metrics for our state, a paradigm he developed in other countries, and it's worth it to read. I will ask the organizing committee to share this material. He produced updated material explaining all the economic activities within this blue economy. So it's a material that assesses our performance, and so we only can assess what we measure before, right? So this group here, we have four. So and these four lecturers here, they are all connected to our sectoral chamber in ADESE. So we have four representatives of the sea economy, and we have three Brazilians and three Portuguese, right? And me, you, and Professor Tarim, that is Portuguese. And from the Brazilian side, I have Professor Osileia, Felipe, and Miguel, and Tarim. So now we're gonna have Professor Tarim because, well, these are difficult themes. Well, geopolitics, so where we have jurisdictions, we have jurisdictions in the sea, and where are the boundaries, right, between states? And we have a planet. Bottom line, we have a planet. It's in a big ocean. And how's the law? How international law performs within the world? And we have plastic, also the plastic issue. Plastic go into the rivers and go into the sea, causing huge impacts all over the world. So, and Professor Tarin will talk to us about this regulatory aspect of the blue economy. So, good afternoon, everyone. Initially, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to exchange with my peers here. And so we have an action. This is an initiative that Ceará is leading internationally. It's a panel about ocean economy in an event about international business. I think that's very necessary since we are living through the United Nations Ocean Science. So until 2030, we are living, experiencing this decade, and it's an opportunity to discuss about social and environmental issues regarding the sea. So you are again are acting like protagonists. I don't know if the second event approaching this blue economy matter. So you are far ahead comparing to other events nationally. So it confirms Ceará is a protagonist in the world, and I think you are all convinced that blue economy is important, and it's not Tarin saying, it's not me saying, it's the OCDE and other bodies, international bodies, like Professor Ozilea said as well. We are international in a process, under a process of internationalization of the seas, and we need to think about regulatory milestones, to create a balance for all the sectors, all the axles. For example, when we talk about sustainability, we need to converse with the economic, social, and obviously with environmental pillars. That's why the European Union, I'm talking to Portuguese people here, and I will speak, for example, I'll talk about what European Union is stating. European Union is asking from us to use a new terminology like sustainable blue economy, not only blue economy. And until the Rio Plus 20, a multilateral conference about environment, so the sea, the ocean matter was not properly discussed. And today we see this matter being inserted in the environmental conferences and not the economical. We see this debate in OECD and others, but we are facing a great challenge. As Professor Ozilea said, we have lots of sectors linked to the ocean economy, and since we have sectors within this economy, we have conflicts of use. And Felipe will talk about this much better than me. If we have a conflict in the use between and amongst the sectors, we need to establish a debate for a consensus, and then the challenge for the regulatory milestone. We are here with investors talking about international investments. If we need to attract international investors, we need, as a paramount, it's a paramount that we base our public policies on legal safety or legal security, better saying, and sustainability, and in all its aspects. Unfortunately, in terms of Brazil, comparing to Portugal, we are very disorganized. Portugal has regulation about the use of the sea, and Brazil cannot organize and cannot provide legal security. I think the biggest challenge today, as Miguel said, about renewable energy, and we are seeing a decarbonization of all the economies. For example, so we must implement renewable energies, and we've been following up this process in our states with the offshore wind power. But before the offshore wind power plants, we need to plan our ocean space. Then, if we cannot organize the use in the maritime areas, we will generate legal insecurity for the investors. That's why the states, that's why Ceará. Uh, we've acknowledged the protagonism of Ceará in international events, and then I congratulate Professor Osileia because of her vision proposing to our secretary Arthur Bruno the chief scientist program for the coastal areas. So we have initiatives, programs in our state to help elaborate in public policies and regulatory milestones for us to have these legal security, mostly when the federal government, the central government, is not doing their part. So the states are being called in by the central government to present their cases. So, and then we have Labomar, we have the Cientista-Chefe, or Chief Scientists program, with fantastic results. It's when we participate in meetings with federal government bodies, central government, and other states, they all get impressed with our results in terms of science production. I think the challenge in Brazil today is, I can summarize in one word, data. We don't know our blue Amazon. And if we don't know it, we cannot elaborate public policies and we nor regulatory milestones. So Brazil must invest in this data collection. We don't know the Brazilian GDP generated by the sea, for example. I invite you to read a text, to read a publication treating talking about this need to measure the ocean GDP. If we don't know ocean's GDP, we cannot elaborate public policies towards use, conservation, and protection of the maritime resources. And within this context, the program Chief Scientist is advancing a lot. We have a bill and the State Congress that aims to guarantee this dialogue amongst economic, environmental, and social. We cannot advocate for public policies that have only one purpose. For example, the economic sector that is not sustainable in the long term. We need to include social and environmental as well. So we need to dialogue in order to advance, and may the state of Ceará be a national agent, and may the state of Ceará be inserted in international strategies. So, resuming, what is interesting to discuss and to reflect upon, just to give you an idea, there's a bill and the National Congress from 2013 to create the maritime biome, and meaning the Blue Amazon. And all the potentialities, this Blue Amazon is just forgotten. So comparing to Portugal, they have a secretariat for the sea. They have specific investments in data collection. It seems that our blue economy is not worth it. But on the contrary, lots of state capitals are in this coastal area. So the amount of, the number of people depending on the sea to survive. In this context, we need to stimulate this debate because we're losing opportunities. We won't be able to seize the opportunities because we cannot have strong public policies to fit our state in the best practices internationally. And it's important to remember that we cannot work separately. We need integral public policies. We need to insert climate changes in this debate. We need to insert biodiversity. And so these are three items of this one agenda. On the contrary, otherwise we'll have with time, the news, the bad news in the newspapers and the magazines will be not anymore, the forests, wildfires. So they will be announcing some tragedies in the sea, because our blue Amazon is comparable to our green Amazon. So, and just to finalize, just for the records, I would like to say that the state of Ceará, mainly our two secretaries working with this ocean agenda that are Célio Fernando and Arthur Bruno, and also Luis, managing this chief scientist program, make us very proud because we managed to advance with data. Without data, we cannot advance in terms of regulatory milestones. So you're making bridges amongst academia, economic sector, public sector, and society. I think the economic sector may look at the vulnerabilities of all the other actors, and we need to converse. If we can't converse, so we need to get into a consensus of a regulatory milestone that can guarantee sustainable development of Brazil, of our blue Amazon, and specifically development of our state. And we need to advance towards this blue Ceará, as Professor Ozilea said. So, unfortunately, my time's over, but I thank you once more for the opportunity. Congratulations, Professor Tarin. It's a great joy to listen to you, and we are all on the same boat. And we need to put this boat in the proper route. And we need to see the other boats, like experiences from Portugal and others, and we need to understand how do we share this ocean, and we need people to think about, and we are all on the same boat, and we have lots of different interests, and we need to dialogue. And with interests and dialogue, so we have conflicts, and then there's a great need for dialogue, and that's why Mr. Felipe is here. He is in the state government, and he's one of the greatest authorities I know. And the floor is yours. So, please, if you don't mind, I would like to, to give my lecture, to stand for my lecture. And because, I like to move my hands a lot. And when people want to understand the concepts about the blue economy, we've heard about academic concepts, but I would like to approach this differently. Imagine if you're gonna take a sea bath tomorrow, and then you need to be careful because you need to be careful with the kite surfers, or maybe a boat can hit your head, and then you can also be in a situation to to be captured by a fishing net, or and then you give up your sea bath, and then you go to the sand, and then you're being hit by a soccer ball, and then so you give up the beach day and you go home, but then you're almost hit by a car. So, and then we, in this story, we've had lots of parties, right? The surfers, the kite surfers, the drivers, the kids playing soccer. So they're all entitled to be there, and they're all they have the rights to be there, and it's the government and the state shall rule their rights and their times and their opportunities to be there. And with this analogy, we have the blue tourism, we have fishing, we have aquaculture, we have preservation, conservation. So we have lots of different economic sectors. Miguel and people from PwC, they've published very nice work identifying all the economic sectors in our state. So who is more entitled? Uh, there's no, and they're all equally entitled to, and the state is interested in all the economic sectors, but we need to rule, right? The environment, this business environment. And for example, I am the chief scientist for fishing and aquaculture, mostly in the part of the more um, crafts, craftsmanship area. And I have a colleague with this, dealing more with the businesses. And we are all working in a general planning, trying to rule, to organize the environment. When you have the opportunity to know this work, you'll see how advanced the state of Ceará is, seeking for this ruling. And we've had yesterday a panel talking about energy transition and all the potentials of solar and wind farm generations. And today we have this conflict, for example, the wind farm towers and some communities, they are feeling invaded by these endeavors. And it's an example of a conflict the state shall mediate. And it's not, I cannot conceive that with that innovation, technological innovation we have, we cannot level the maturity to deal with this. It's interesting for the state to have the energy. It's interesting also to protect the communities. We have a critical mass to mediate this dialogue. So the conflicts, they need to be raw matter to advancements. Maybe we cannot. So we need to settle agreements, because we cannot prescind of renewable energy, and we cannot prescind, entering my role, talking about fishing and aquaculture. We need maritime biotechnology. In the flag of the state of Ceará, we have that boat, the traditional boat called jangada. We have historical heroes, fishermen, and we are the greatest exporters of fish and seafoods in the country, and we need to broaden. We need to identify new sectors, and maritime biotechnology is clearly, well, we have an example in Ceará with the tilapia skin, the fish skin, use it to, it's not a Chinese or Norwegian work, it's a work from our federal university, using the fish skin to heal um, the human skin. We have technology to produce microalga plastic, microalga based plastic, so more biodegradable. And we need to advance in these activities. So the idea is, yesterday when Romulo invited me to be here, he asked me to focus in the various segments we have, but mainly to talk about conflict mediation. So we cannot hide underneath the conflicts. And it's important to us to, to open our chests and to sit on the table and to debate with transparency. Some moments I see some people, hitting the table. We don't want the wind farm towers in our sea. And I've been a national secretary, and and the people from the energy sector, they said, we don't want fish in our dams. Well, hold your horses. Energy concessionaires, you have the concession to use our water and to produce energy. And we'll give also the concession of the same water to produce fish, right? So the sea is to everyone. Professor Tarim is very aware of it because she's a specialist in law, and we need to advance in this regulatory milestone. We've been managing to advance with the program chief scientists. We've elaborated a bill, and we've lost the opportunity to vote this very week. But it's a process, it's a political process, and I think we're gonna have another opportunity to vote for this bill and to approve it and to turn it into a law. And when we listen, we don't want this or that, so please have in mind this is not an absolute truth. This is not a fixed truth. So there is no concreteness on that. We need to converse and to dialogue. And what we do have is the sustainable blue economy, taking into account economic, social, and environmental pillars. We cannot let alone. We cannot let one pillar to get over the others, nor social, nor economic, nor environmental. I usually say, well, when people state, well, the economic sustainability or environmental sustainability or social sustainability, well, this is this concept is obsolete. We have a triple bottom line. We have three dimensions together. We need to have technical and economic feasibility, but we need to have social equality, and we also need to be environmental responsible. So we've been advancing a lot when we compare to other states, but we need to advance much more. I said to Secretary Celio, coordinating this in the state level, we've advanced a lot in the strategical matter, but now enough strategy, and let's operate. Let's do the operational. We need to learn to implement things and turn the projects into reality, generating revenue, social benefits, and fostering conservation and the sustainable use of our oceans. And I'm sure we'll have maturity to advance in all these matters. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felipe. And now we're gonna have maybe I would like to ask for you. Well, I would like to tell the audience that the lecturers they are, very available people. So if you're gonna if you are willing to contact them afterwards, they will be at your disposal. I am sure of it. But because we don't have time to debate everything we would like to, but I will ask them to state their final remarks, starting with me. Two things I've learned in Lisbon: we must leave this taboo approach, so we cannot have taboos discussing things, and science shall lead the dialogue. So this exchange between academia and other sectors without fear to speak about the elephant in the room. And I think that's the better way to advance if we can wear each other's shoes. And then I pass the floor to, well, the other side of the Atlantic. And then Miguel, Felipe, Tarin, and Osileia. Thank you, Miguel, for your presence. Thank you, Romulo. I'll be brief, and I will start saying that I'm very happy because I'm following up Ceará for more than 10 years, and providing data and raising data about blue economy and in the future about the hydric resources. And I'm also relating with European Union and Canada. And I would like, Brazil could lead the way. So Portugal, Canada in the north, and Brazil in the south. I've been following projects in Malaysia, India, China. They are very strong in ocean industries, but they do not have this blue economy approach yet. And we need an integral vision. So, and what does it mean? So, fishing, aquaculture, energy, living together as a whole. And that's and I don't believe in any management that is separated. So to achieve our goals of the multiple uses, we need to know the players. I think Ceará is raising data about the players. So is analyzing data already as leading Brazil, is this leading the other states in Brazil, in my opinion. And we need to listen to the people, working with their feet in the water, if you allow me to say, because when I've started to learn with the French 20 years ago, that we cannot make the mistake to manage the sea as we manage the ground, because the sea is very different from the countryside. We have so the sea is always dynamic, it's always changing. The water is always moving, and we cannot map the area, encaging the water and we need to think. We need to bring the words solidarity and reciprocity. And when we are in this huge blue alone, for example, we are just alone, but when we have partners, we can manage to have a better final goal. And I would like to bring this message, to bring science, bring society, but please do not forget to listen from the people who are with their feet in the water. Thank you. So I will just complement what I was saying. I told you that we have some strategical initiatives, strategical design that is very strong, but we need to make this design to walk the talk, right? We need dialogue, and we need to establish some rules for this dialogue. We need to profile the stakeholders for each segment, each sector, and we have the proper bodies. We have the state government, FIEC, SEBRAE. We have lots of bodies that they have the means, they have the duty, if you allow me to say, to coordinate this. So profiling for the stakeholders of each segment. Afterwards, putting those stakeholders to sit on the table, talking about their pains, the potentialities. We have a very clear example that can be, it can turn to be a concrete proposition in case of the wind farms, that they can be in areas, be in the same areas for fishing, and then we have a conflict, between fishermen and wind farmers. But maybe we could mitigate the damages. For example, the profit from the wind farms could be invested in damages for the fishermen. There's no this is not a proposition, a concrete proposition. It's just an example, okay? So just from the moment we have a conflict for the use, if we cannot eliminate the conflict, we can work on the coexistence. So each part granting a piece. So each party granting a piece of their use, and public plenaries are, just for a permit are not enough. We need several conversations, to advance in the conflict resolution. That's the takeaway message from me. I have no doubt on the capacity of the Brazilian people from Ceará, the Portuguese, to converse. We have maturity to advance. We are prepared. We need only to start kicking off. So in my last minutes, I would like to bring a thing that I forgot to say. So this plastic pollution in the oceans. I wouldn't let this matter alone, because we have a direct impact in the ocean economy. So and I give you this tip, because we have plastic bottles and plastic cups around. I saw around, in the event, in the room, and when I see plastic, I get anxious, because I don't know if you are aware, but the European Union adopted a new regulation forbidding that disposable plastic, that is used only once, and in average we have 30 seconds for these objects, and these pieces are going to end in the oceans. We have a scientific. We are eating one credit card, the plastic, per week. So We have scientific evidence of that, and the international community will try to settle a global agreement, a bond legal instrument to be signed by the countries. So we have lots of international investments to sovereign funding, and we have this debate in an economic perspective as well. This is my takeaway message that we need to debate about, because we are all responsible. We can all be held accountable for that. Not the government, only the government, not only the states. We as citizens, we need to act and act together. And I'm sure the next time you get a plastic cup, for coffee. So, and this is even more serious. Please read about hot coffee in plastic cups. See what happened. And well, my part was to talk about ocean sciences, and I talked a lot about the blue economy and science. I didn't have time enough to talk about pure science, but I will just mention 10 areas of science that we need, that are common, of common advance to Portugal, to Brazil, to the European Union, and also to other continents and countries. So Professor Tarin commented about the ocean decade, and lots of countries elicited strategic goals for this decade, strategic objectives, strategic goals, cross-cutting goals. First one would be to fight climate changes, pollution, and restore ecosystems. The second one, leverage employment and a circle sustainable blue economy. Third, decarbonize economy and to promote renewable energies and energy autonomy. And fourth, food security. Fifth, to facilitate access to potable water, and which means desalination of seawater. Ceará has 2 projects on this. Sixth, to promote health and well-being, and here and Miguel and other colleagues told about well-being, that it relates to sports, to Nordic sports, and the sea promoting health as well as a therapeutic asset. Seventh, to stimulate scientific knowledge, tech development, and blue innovation. To increment education, training, and ocean culture. And to foster the reindustrialization and the productive capacity, and to digitalize the ocean. And 10th, to assure safety, sovereignty, cooperation, and governance. This is about governance of the sea and the Brazilian Navy role. So 10 goals for the science to approach, And I think Ceará is privileged. Academia is being privileged, as Professor Tarin commented. We have in our state government 2 secretaries recognizing the power of knowledge. I mean, 3. Arthur Bruno, and the Secretary Célio, and Secretary for CECITES. This Chief Scientist program, of which we've had Marcelo Oliveira and now Ernesto Arruda cooperating from the beginning, 2 PhDs, Dr. Renan Pinheiro and Eduardo Lacerda, and a wonderful team of lots of scientists, of lots of academic institutions. We have an education and science cluster helping this wonderful program for the state government. And it just attests that, it just states that more knowledge, more employment, more revenue, it is a great impact. It's important to have this relationship with the university and governments, and we've been could be happy to find these partners and to have FIEC with us, valuing the knowledge and helping the state of Ceará to develop. So, and for my conclusion, technology and innovation, may they contribute to the business's development, show the entrepreneurs, businessmen, may be close to us in academia. We already have data and we can generate more data according to your needs. We can help you. We can help you, providing you the grounds for you, businessmen, to take the best decision. We can help you with that. And academia and ocean sciences, we are here to collaborate with you. And we can collaborate and to collaborating with the economy of the state. So in Portugal, so we have this bilateral collaboration between our countries, and we are working with network with complementary specialties, helping us to advance in this ocean sciences. So thank you very much for your attention. Well, just a notice. So today, the university, the Faculty of Economics, Management, and similar matters, we have a nucleus for studying the blue economy. Professor Tarin makes part of the group, even if she's a law professor. So let's give it up to our lecturers. Now, picture time. Thank you very much, Professor Osileia, Tarin, Felipe, Miguel, and Rômulo, for having made this excellent panel.
Fazer esta foto, esse registro do nosso Ceará Global 2022. Primeira atividade da tarde.
So the first activity of this afternoon, high-stake lecturers, a lot of knowledge, a lot of insights. Thank you very much. Please, fellows from the audience, please stay with us. And please, when you have opportunity during the intervals, we have Mr. Altair Maia showing their books regarding Brazil, Africa. We have lots of books about Brazil, Africa, and others. So please get to know their books. And now let's start our second panel.
De grande interesse para a nossa plateia e para a nossa audiência, porque do mesmo jeito que falamos de economia do mar, extremamente importante, falaremos agora de economia criativa.
Now we will be talking about creative economies. The subject matter of our panel is creative economy, innovation, reinvention of business models. We'll get to know our speakers here. Bem.
fazer uma parte hoje. Tá? Só fazer 1 hora aqui. Quando eu passar para o João Paulo, a gente passa para você um tempo, aí você pode desenrolar.
Vamos convidar então os nossos palestrantes para vir aqui à
So,
frente. Senhor
we
Joaquim
will ask
Cartacho,
our
diretor
speaker to come
superintendente
to
do
the front,
Ceará e
Mr.
Ceará.
Joaquim Cartacho, Superintendent of Sebrae
Senhora
Ceará,
Beatriz Fiuza,
Ms.
diretora
Beatriz
executiva
Fiuza,
da
Executive
Somos
Director of
e membro
Somos
do Conselho de ESG
member
da
of the
FIEC.
ESG Council of FIEC,
Senhora Daniela Lacerda,
Ms.
CEO
Daniela
da Rede
Lacerda,
Corujão
CEO of the
24 Horas
Corujão
da
Network,
Bahia.
24 Hours Bahia,
E participa em formato
and
remoto
in
a
a
Priscila
remote format,
Veras,
Priscilla
fundadora e
Veras,
CEO da
founder and
Muda Meu
CEO
Mundo.
of
Salva
Muda
de
Meu
palmas para os
Mundo.
nossos queridos
A round of
palestrantes que estão aqui
applause
conosco.
for our participants.
Convidando então. Temos todos aí à mesa. Tá
So, are
faltando
we all here?
agora a nossa moderadora para conduzir esse
So,
painel.
our
Quem fará a
moderator
condução, nossa querida
for the
Adriana
panel.
Bezerra, fundadora
So,
da
our
Flow
dear
Desenvolvimento
Ariana
Integral,
Bezerra,
que fará a
who will
condução
be
com
leading
os nossos 4
our
palestrantes.
4 speakers.
Queria informar a Adriana que
I
você
would
terá
like
5
to
minutos para
mention,
fazer sua
Adriana,
abertura
you're going to
inicial e as
have 5
considerações
minutes
para o
for your
painel.
opening
Na
words and
sequência, cada
your ideas
palestrante
for the
terá
panel,
10
and
minutos para
following
sua
that, each
explanação.
speaker will have 10
Vou
minutes for
solicitar que
their
a gente consiga seguir
presentation.
o
I will
nosso tempo aqui
request
para nós
that
não
we stick to the
atrasarmos
time
tanto
so
e
we
todos
don't get
conseguirmos
too far
colocar
behind,
as ideias da melhor
and
forma.
we will all be able
Por
to
favor,
explain
Adriana,
our
fique à
ideas the
vontade
best
para
way
começar o
possible. So,
painel.
Adriana, please go ahead. Feel free to start. So, good afternoon, everybody. It's going to be pretty challenging to keep moving forward. A job like ours, creative economies, after hearing so many interesting things about ocean economy. But this table, this round table, is strong enough for us to be able to do this job in a strong manner, and we'll be able to provide good knowledge to everybody. So it's a pleasure for me to be here with you, bringing in the moderation of the creative economy subject, which, what does it mean? I think Cartasha is going to be speaking about that, but it brings those processes from the creation to production and distribution of processes that are aimed strongly towards creativity, knowledge, and capital, intellectual capital within organizations. So here we have Sebrae, we have Somos it is an organization, an NGO. We have Muda Meu Mundo, Change My World with Priscilla, which brings an impact business, and we have Daniela, who will be speaking quite a bit about creative economy in retail. So we have a panel that is quite diverse. It is within all of our possibilities of bringing in this integration of this subject for us to understand how widespread it is, how encompassing it is. It's not a simple or easy subject to speak about because it encompasses a lot of possibilities, but I'll try not to take up too much of their time, even though I have 5 minutes. I like to start with Cartaxo, and he will be speaking a bit about what is, in fact, collaborative economy. We decided that I'm going to be reading a bit about each of them backstage so that you have a good idea of what our speakers are all about. So, Cartacho, he graduated in architecture and urbanism. He has a master's through USP in urban planning. He was president of IAB, and he was a secretary of cities in Ceará from 2007 to 2009. Since 2015, he has been the superintendent director of Ceará. He coordinates the Cadeia de Valor program for creative economy in the Northeast. So, Cartacho, go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to. This is a virtual present. So 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. So it's very low. I'll try to rush through this. What I'm going to be speaking of here is a work that we've developed in Sebrae that is the results of the project of a creative economy. It's a project, a regional project that involves the 9 states of the Northeast. Where can I change this slide? You got to take this off my time because Kurtash is already negotiating time with me, and he has been for some time. Oh, we went past it. No, that doesn't count.
Não sou minoria não, porque eu sou feminista militante, viu?
I'm a militant
A
feminist,
maioria, cara.
as most of you.
Bom,
So
esse tema da
this
economia
subject, or creative economy, it's a concept that is still new. Several groups have different concepts about what it is, and what I think is that once creative economy as a concept, it stops being creative economy. That's what I think. So, speak about this quite quickly. This idea was on rocks in 2001, and essentially it is the creation, production, and distribution that is economy. So of what? Of the knowledge and creativity of intellectual capital. So to give you an example, creative economy is not a product, it's not this, it is the idea that created this. It is a thing that is completely immaterial. It's not a product. That's not what creative economy is. It's the idea that leads to the product. So this is the Commerce Conference, and Sebrae bases itself on this organization, which was set up in 2010. There are several proposals, but this one is still a reference point for all of us. So what is the size of this economy? We still have information and data about it. Let's say it's not a lot. We still need to move forward, but there has been quite a bit of contribution when it comes to this. In 2017, the GDP was 171 billion, and creative economy was 17, where he participated 2.71%.
Isso aí data Ceará que a gente
Data Ceará.
central de
You have a data central.
Isso é o dado mais recente.
This is the most recent piece of data that we have in Brazil. 20 million
de CNPJs ativos.
Active business numbers.
Desses 20 milhões,
out of these 20 million,
nós temos 4,5%
we have 4.5%
que são CNPJs
that are business
criativa.
registries for creative economies. Of course, informality and informal numbers, non-registered numbers are much higher. We only work in Sebrae with formal economy, so that's on the Northeast. Out of the 900,000, 120,000, 12.88, 13% are located in the Northeast. And 20,000, 16% of the Northeast, is in Ceará. So we consider it to be a very important economy. It has a way of advancing, of moving forward quite a bit. If you're speaking about generating jobs, income, culture, and creativity. So what are the challenges of creative economy that generated the creative economy project, the Northeast project? Well, the first one is informality. This is a complex thing to discuss because you will require a certain amount of work, a certain amount of bureaucratic, organizational work to make your business legal, so to speak. And sometimes we find our creators a certain, let's say, aversion to getting things in order and an entrepreneurial form of thinking, even if you're a MEI. So not knowing about the classification. It's easy to classify this. Well, I spend X on metal and I painted this. This is measurable. But how do you price an idea, which is what creative economy is? How do you price that? Well, we have a challenge on our second version of the Creative Economy Project of the Northeast. We're trying to create a methodology that could contribute for there to be this pricing. An absence of distribution channels, that's a market issue. how do
aqui é
you,
evento de
this
internacionalização.
internationalization event, so how do you internationalize the creative economy of Ceará?
Mais diversas.
With all of its
A gente, em
diversities.
2019, a gente
In
tentou fazer
2019, we
uma
tried to
experiência, né?
do an
Reza a
experiment.
lenda que foi inusitada.
They
A gente
say
fez
that it
uma
was never
rodada
done
de
before. We
negócio,
had a business round
né, com os autores teatrais.
with
Como é
the
que os
authors.
autores apresentavam suas peças,
So how authors
os
presented their
produtores.
plays to producers,
Tá?
right?
Tem
I
esse registro aí.
have this
Ou seja,
read
como é que
this
faz as rodadas de
report here.
negócio
So
aí
how do
internacionais
international
dos
business
nossos-
rounds happen for
dos
our
nossos criativos?
creative, for our
E a
creative
dificuldade
people?
dos espaços de acesso,
And the difficulty we have in access
diante desses
to exhibition
desafios,
spaces.
nós
So
criamos
facing these
esse
challenges, we created
projeto,
this
que
project.
esse já foi encerrado, a gente vai
This one was
iniciar
already
aí a
closed.
segunda
We're going to be
versão
starting the second
da
version
cadeia
of
de
this
valor da economia criativa
chain of
Nordeste.
values of the creative
Que
economy
tem
of the
como
northeast of Brazil,
objetivo,
which
né,
has as its
contribuir para a
goal to
organização,
contribute towards the
a
organization,
formalização e o
formalization,
fortalecimento
and the
dos
strengthening
negócios
of
criativos.
creative businesses.
A gente faz questão de colocar a
We
palavra negócio
really
aí para
insist
ver
of
se
putting the word
a-
business in the
a
middle
gestão
to
e a
see
organização do
if the
negócio
management
criativo
of the organization
começa
of creative
a ser
business
algo,
starts
né,
to be
que a fazer
something
parte
that will be
da vida
part
e do
of
vocabulário e
life
das
and the
ideias de quem
vocabulary and the ideas of those
empreende
that
criativamente. E aí é
work
para
with
valorizar a cultura,
creativity
que é a
and to give
matéria-prima,
value to
vamos dizer
culture,
assim,
which is, let's
da
say,
economia criativa,
it's
e
the
gerar emprego e renda.
it's the building block of creative
E aí o que
economy
eu vou
and
mostrar
generate
agora vai
jobs
ser
and
mais
income.
rápido,
So what I'm going to show you
porque
now will
são,
be a bit faster
são os
because
produtos
these are
que
the
nós
products
conseguimos gerar
that we managed to
nesse trabalho,
generate
que envolve os
with this
eventos,
work, which involves
os
events,
eventos, né? Os editais de financiamento para você prototipar
financing publications that will allow you
a
to
sua ideia
publish your
e os
idea,
equipamentos, a rede de
and
equipamentos
equipment, the
já
equipment network
existentes
that
que
already exists,
contribuem
which will
para
contribute to
valorizar e fortalecer a economia
strengthening and
criativa.
giving more value to creative
Esse
economy.
festival
This
foi pensado
festival
para ser
was thought up
presencial,
to
mas
be
infelizmente
a
veio a
presential
pandemia
event,
e ele
but
foi todo virtual.
unfortunately
No
the
presencial,
pandemic came along and it was
uma
entirely
das
virtual.
atividades
So
que
one
foram
of the activities
imaginadas
that were imagined
era a gente
presentially
fazer
was for
encontro
us
das
to
fanfarras
have
lá no
the
Cariri,
meeting in Cariri.
em formato que tinha 200 fanfarras. Eu digo, então vamos fazer
We had
encontro, elas
200
vêm
of
aí,
them, so
né?
let's
Todo mundo
have a
sabe o que é
meetup.
fanfarra, né?
You know what a fanfare is. What is
Aquele
that?
grupo musical que só
A
tem
musical
prato
group
e tarol,
that
e
is
elas vêm,
it's a sort of
vinha
musical
de tudo
group.
quanto era canto do Cariri e
They
a
went
gente
to
ia fazer
Cariri
grande
and we
encontro,
were going to have a big
grande
meeting,
encontro disso, né? Mas infelizmente
but
eu
sadly
ainda estou para fazer isso algum dia.
we're still working on it.
Ajudar a fazer isso.
I'm going to help
Então a
to
gente
get
fez
this
o
to work.
festival
So we
de
had
economia
a
criativa.
creative economy festival.
No Maranhão foi feito
In
o
Maranhão,
Mobiliza, que vai
We had the
ter uma segunda
Mobiliza
edição esse ano,
event,
em
which will
novembro,
have a second
onde
edition
você
this
junta
year, November,
todas as
where you put together
linguagens,
all the languages,
né? Todas as linguagens
all the
para interagirem
languages to
aí no
interact
dia, lá foi no dia 28,
on that day. That was on the 28th,
28 de abril,
the
foi
28th of
evento
April.
de muito
That
sucesso.
was quite a successful
E a
event.
Feira Internacional de
And
Negócios
the
Criativos e
International Creative
Colaborativos,
Business Fair,
a primeira versão
the
dela foi
first version
presencial
was
em
presential,
2009,
that was in
mas a
2009.
penúltima versão, por
But
exemplo, como
the
ela
penultimate
foi
version,
virtual,
the second to
e
last,
aqui a gente teve a
since it
experiência,
was
né, da economia
entirely
do mar,
virtual and we had experience
conectado
with the
direto
ocean economy being directly
com os
connected
lusitanos,
with the
participaram
Lusitanians,
36 países.
there were 36
No
countries
presencial nós não
participating.
teríamos,
At the presential event,
ficar um
there
custo
would
muito alto
be no way to
para isso.
get all these people
Bom,
there.
aí são
So
os equipamentos.
this
Isso aí
is
é a
the
sede do
equipment.
Sebrae
This
de Alagoas.
is the
Então, o
Alagoas
Sebrae
Sebrae HQ.
o seu equipamento
So
físico,
they're
a sua
putting
sede
down
como
their
suporte
facility
para a
as
arte
a
urbana.
support for urban art.
Para a arte urbana. Então,
It's urban art.
é a própria
So
os próprios equipamentos do Sebrae
the equipment of
sendo
Sebrae is
utilizados
being
para isso,
utilized
com essa
for creative
contribuição.
economy.
Isso aí é em Maceió.
That's in Maceió. Bertasho, you're over a minute. Well, I'm going to take
Isso aí
more.
é o armazém. Deixar eu ver
This
até aqui,
is the
Aqui é o armazém
warehouse.
aqui eu vou
Warehouse.
correr. Aqui é o
I'm going to
armazém da
rush. I'm going to rush. It
criatividade,
is
isso
the
aí fica lá em
creativity
Caruaru.
warehouse,
Isso é um equipamento de
and
apoio à
this
moda
is support
popular.
equipment for popular
A
fashion.
moda popular faz parte
Popular
aí
fashion is part
da
of
economia criativa.
creative
Aí
economy.
tem
Then
estúdio para
there is
fotografar
photo
em sala
studios.
com corte a laser
There's
para melhorar os
laser
produtos da economia
laser
popular.
cut rooms so
Vale
they
a
can
pena
improve
ir
the
lá.
products for popular economy. It's
Economia
worth
circular, eu
visiting.
vim aqui na outra
Circular
reunião.
economy, I saw this in
Isso
the
é
other
em
meeting.
Caruaru.
This is in Caruaru.
Aí é na Bahia, isso é em Salvador, no Parque da
It's in
Cidade, esses
Salvador.
containers iam ser
These
descartados.
containers were going to be thrown out.
Então é economia circular. Então,
So
eles
this
foram
is
recuperados.
circular
Esse é
economy.
o espaço
You're going to
Colabora, é o
reuse. This
espaço
is the
economia
Colabora
criativa do
space. It's the
Sebrae,
creative economy space for
Bahia,
Sebrae in
em
Bahia,
Salvador.
in Salvador
Aí
state.
piso foi recolhido
So
de
we
material de construção que
made
ia ser jogado
the
fora.
floors from construction material was
Aí
going
em
to be
Natal
thrown
é a
out.
Vila da
In Natal, we
Criatividade,
have
lá em
the
Ponta Negra.
Creativity Village in Ponta Negra.
Aí são
And here we have
os editais, né, que
the
nós
reports,
colocamos aí
the
para
public
passando recursos
statutes,
direto para as
passing
ideias serem
resources directly
prototipadas.
for prototype
Esse edital
ideas,
foi feito já
and
com,
this
por exemplo,
statute
com as
was
fundações
done
de pesquisa.
with the
Isso aí foi o
research
edital do
foundations.
Ceará.
This is the
O Leonardo
statute from
entrou
Ceará.
com a
Leonardo
proposta, a gente
had a
passou o
proposal.
dinheiro, ele
We
criou essa
gave
cadeira, ela é
some
toda desmontável,
funds,
você carrega num saquinho.
and this is a
E aí
chair.
ele
You can
escreveu a cadeira
disassemble it,
no
and then he
34º
registered
Prêmio
and it's
Design
ready
do
for
Museu da Casa
sign
Brasileira e tirou o
prize.
segundo lugar.
It got second place.
E aí Caicó resolveu fazer uma feira
And basically,
de economia
we're
criativa
going to have a creative
e a gente está
economy
fazendo um
fair,
mapeamento
and we're
disso.
mapping this out.
E o Sebrae
And
tem
Sebrae
lá
has
um endereço aí onde a gente está
its
recolhendo
address,
a ideia no futuro, isso aí virar um observatório
collecting ideas for the
virtual
future. This
de
will be
economia
a
criativa.
virtual
Isso
observatory
aí são os
for
4
creative
setores, mais,
economy.
5 setores
And
mais
it's
dinâmicos da economia
5
criativa no
most
Brasil:
dynamic sectors for creative
audiovisual,
economy in
game,
Brazil:
musical, de artesanato,
visual,
tudo
gaming,
isso cabe no
music,
Ceará.
fashion,
Isso aí é a
and
produção
all
de
AV.
conteúdo
This is the
que
content
que
production
se faz
that
dentro da economia
is done
criativa, né?
with creative
Eu
economy.
fiz aí o Aquipontos, são
This is
fragmentos heréticos
Arquipontos.
sobre a economia
This is
criativa. Isso aí
a
é a
book
última
about creative
publicação,
economy,
isso é
and
uma
this is the last
metodologia de como é
publication.
que você
This is a
identifica
methodology of how do you
território
identify
criativo
the
que
creative
você
territory
organiza.
and
E
how do
isso
you
aí é uma
organize it.
cestilha que está lá no
And
livrinho do
this
Aquipontos.
is a small
Criatividade
expression
é
that is in the book.
desregrar,
Creativity is
tanto a mente
not having rules
como a mão.
on your mind
Ora
as
chega
well as your
semente,
mouth.
ora chega a chão.
Sometimes
qualquer
there's
lugar,
feet that hits the
É
floor, whatever it
metáfora
is.
da razão.
Oh, it's a poem. You
Obrigado.
can't translate it. Sorry.
2 minutos, hein?
Bom, pessoal,
Oh, guys, so that's great to know all about this in Ceará. So now we will be talking with Bia, on top of talking about creative economy and all it can transform. This panel also speaks of innovation and reinvention in business models. So Bia Fiuza, she is the executive director of Somozum, an organization that pushes forward the business environment and impact investment in Ceará. And she worked for 10 years as a photographer within this creative industry, a cultural producer since 2012. She's dedicated herself towards social development through social impact. She is director of IBLF and counselor of Giffen. So go ahead. How does this reinvention of businesses gets to Somos? How do these new business models appear within this impact idea? Thank you, Adriana. I will stand here. So because the AC is very strong, so you know. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to speak about something that composes this agenda, which is creative economy. It unites with impact business, which goes together with ESG. These are agendas that are complementary to each other. I think it's pretty interesting to be able to bring in all these aspects to position how Ceará is and can develop itself towards being a leading player on these agendas that compose new economies. So, as Adriana said, I'm an executive director of Somosum, a co-founded. It was an organization co-founded by her in 2017 with Adriana Colling, our president. We are structuring the organization which feeds the investment impact businesses in Ceará. So everything that we do is to strengthen this ecosystem. I'm going to speak a bit about ecosystems, but first off, who knows the concept which is impact business? It's a pretty new concept, impact business. for most of us. We're talking about a sector that is between 2 and 3, is between private initiatives and the third sector. We call it the 2.5 sector. It seeks to solve the problems, the social environmental problems that we face and promote positive impacts, as the third sector does, which is organized civil society. But it acts within a market logic. We're talking about a business. And the alliance with the impact is united these four elements here to describe with ease to what would a concept of what these impact businesses are. They have the intention of solving a social, environmental issue. It looks for a revenue. It has an impact on its focus. The solution that it proposes is part of a co-business. It's part of its central business. It's not social responsibility. It's not what you do with company funds. The solution promotes impact, and it is in the center of the business, and it reports, it monitors and reports the impact to society. The same way we look at DRE, we need to look at an impact that promotes through the business, be it negative or positive. Some examples, one will be presented further in Muda Meu Mundo, which is a pretty interesting case of a business that was born and set up, but now it's all over Brazil. I'm going to let Priscilla talk about it a bit more, but it's local business. So we're really passionate about it. Catarina also has a business that is in fashion, is being exported to more than 17 countries in the world, and it was born from to solve an issue for gender equality for artisan women in the countryside of Ceará. That's why it exists. It brings design as a possibility of solution, and it is putting Ceará in the center of world fashion, and actually participated already in the Milan Fashion Week and so forth. So, Programa Vivenda is what the South is. It's for habitation issue solving for people with low income with several financing solutions, people that would not have a way to access quality housing. He managed to offer these services, these solutions. And for you too, as a business that teaches languages, what teaches English to people that would not have access to such a thing, through a business model that allows this to be offered at a low cost by volunteers from the foreign countries. We're talking about businesses that use creativity to rethink their business models and put a business tool at the service of humanity and the planet. So what are impact investments? They are investments that look towards this, that understand the value of it, that try to make this ecosystem grow. And when we look towards this universe, Brazil started to work more in depth on this agenda about 10 years ago. We have some data from 2017. Some years after the start of this work of bringing agenda to the banks, bringing the agenda towards public policies, towards the public sector. And I present to you a bit of these numbers, which call attention to the evolution that we had from 2017 to now in Brazil, and the comparison of what we live through in Brazil with what exists in the world. Impact businesses are a specific agenda without the ESG, the SG agenda. I think everybody's a bit more used to this, the ESG agenda. We have a enormous value of investments related to the ESG agenda. Part of it is looking towards impact businesses, and impact businesses already move quite a lot in the world. So where does SomaZoom come in? We have the role of strengthening this ecosystem as a whole so that entrepreneurs can have an entrepreneurial journey that is successful, so that business don't born and fall to the valley of the damned, as happens with so many of them. It's not possible to be an entrepreneur on your own in Brazil. You need a structure for it. And we talk about strengthening an ecosystem. We speak of strengthening structural organizations, public power, acting with impact towards the promotion of public policies, the teaching institutions, graduating professionals capable of acting in the sector, impact on entrepreneurial culture. We as Sebrae is a big partner. We are strengthening this relation to be able to train entrepreneurs within this impact generation proposal, financial resources, impact organizations. We're speaking of accelerators, incubators, technological parks. All these actors need to be involved so that the entrepreneur can just get out the ideas. So when he thinks of a solution, he thinks of a business, and he'll be able to get to a maturity state, scaling for their business, and that's where we act. That's just so you know a bit about the entrepreneurial journey, the importance of what it is to have technical and financial support that is qualified to invest to entrepreneurs that have, so that they can have a sustainable business model and they'll be able to have a measurable positive impact. It's just so you have an idea of what the actors of this ecosystem are. I don't know if you can see it well, but we have on one side those that perform the impact these businesses, the companies that promote this, on the other side, investors, and in the middle, the people that are talking about the ecosystem. It's who we're trying to activate and also bring it towards Samsung by itself. How we're doing this in Ceará, we understand that we're able to have this ecosystem strengthened. We need to simultaneously work on 4 axes. Our strategic axes are strengthening of the environment, feeding innovation. We're going towards companies diagnosing their impact and thinking together with them what are the possible solutions that can be designed, what is the potential that is connected to the core business of this company, and how we can promote solutions. We accelerate new businesses as well. How do we think of these models starting from the birth of the company so that it exists to solve a social and environmental problem? We work with education courses, making so that people have tools to act in this sector, and the fusion of content and knowledge, as we are having right now, so that people know these concepts in an attempt to make everybody understand that this is a reality. It's happening the world over. Impact businesses are no longer a dream, and they can be implemented in different sectors of the economy. And here I will present to you very quickly our portfolio. We act on 2 areas basically: giving support to those that perform, impact businesses towards entrepreneurs, businesses that are being born, be it food, training, content, and so that those that support impact businesses, either through coalitions. You saw the slides of our programs supporting those that work on the ecosystem, consulting for large companies, training, content production, and also working on formulation and support of public policies. Bia, 2 minutes. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, right. Okay, you because you were so nice, you get 1 extra minute. So I'm going to, since you understand we have investors here, folks from different economic sectors, impact businesses. We have a lot of cases coming up. The focus of Samsung is based on investing a lot, technically, financially, on businesses that are burning, especially based on the pyramid. So we can promote entrepreneurship together with people that live through the problem. But it's not just there. It can also be worked through within large corporations. And in Brazil, we have cases in that sense. I'm going to tell you about 2 of them. Agua Ama, developed by Embev, is an impact product that was created to solve the issue of the huge drought in the Northeast. The project whose income is aimed towards solving a social and environmental problem. And a little bar, you probably heard about this recently, launched by Nestle. Its profit is towards social causes, performed by Gerando Falcões, organization of Tuliro in Rio de Janeiro. There are solutions and possibilities and tools for all sorts of organizations. It's just about asking what is your core business, what is your purpose, and what is the social or environmental issue that you can help solve through it. Thank you.
Obrigada, Bia. Muito bom.
Thanks, Bia. Very nice. So, in the same line of thought of Bia about what is your purpose, and remembering that your purpose is the integration of the talents that we have as people, but also as organizations, as companies. What are our talents? And a lot of the time, they're organized within the core business, putting together these talents with what the world needs. Then we managed to organize what in fact is a purpose. And to speak about purposes, I'm going to call up Priscilla Veras. She's the CEO of Muda Meu Mundo. Priscilla founded and is CEO of Muda Meu Mundo, a startup that connects retail with small growers using ESG data for the creation of a sustainable supply chain. Since 2016, Priscilla has generated transformation on the field and cities with their experience on sustainability, social impact businesses, and business growth strategies. She also developed social educational programs that have a high impact for Brazil and structured expansion plans for organization. She is a political scientist. Welcome, Priscilla. Floor is yours. 10 minutes to explain about Muda Meu Mundo. Hey, everybody. First off, I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm sorry about not being there in person. We believe that the innovation of the concept of new business models is one of the biggest actors in the economy in the next few years. I'm going to speak to you about how much innovation and reinvention of these business models are characteristics so that we can solve not just social issues or environmental issues, but for us to be able to, through this reinvention of business models, to be able to make companies that are more profitable and have a positive impact as well. So our story is a story of a problem. Could you please let me share my screen on Zoom? The idea of a company that solves a social environmental issue does not mean you are being a philanthrope with a company. What we're going to show you, the case of Muda Meu Mundo is that a company can be born with specific DNA so that you can solve. And I just can't share the screen for some reason. Okay, we're just giving permission now so that you can actually solve a social, environmental issue. I don't know if you know, but here in Brazil, we have about 5 billion small growers in the country. In the whole world, in China, just so you know, 80% of them are considered to be small growers. For us to go to a small grower that moves more than 20 billion and fruits, vegetables, and greens in the country and make them leave this grower's house and get to the supermarket, get to the city, there are a lot of blocks for this to happen. There's a matter of a grower that has no logistics, doesn't know how to create a receipt, can with a 30, 60, 90-day payment depending on the supermarket chain, doesn't know how to define specific quality standards. And on the other hand, we also have supermarkets that have a number of amount of red tape that helps the business model of the supermarket will continue. So the red tape that is needed for the supermarket cannot communicate with the small grower. So this problem that is in the middle of the chain made us create a startup, a technology agency which is disruptive, that connects retail with small growers as an intermediary, as a middleman, the ESG of the production chain, and we start from a problem. You see how interesting this is? Thinking about business models that solve problems that are around us, and that these problems can also become profitable. So we identified that at least 30% of all this food that is being collected by the grower and sent to the supermarket is lost. And on top of being lost, on top of the hunger that we know the hunger issue, it's a lot of money that is being lost in the production chain. On top of that, it's so many chain links that the first link is the grower and the supermarket works with very tight margins. So sometimes at the end of the day, we need to pay a lot for a product that the grower sold very cheaply. So all of this happens, and this movement made it so that we could create a business model that was born in Ceará. If you don't know, Muda Meu Mundo was born in Ceará, where we're already moving towards the state of São Paulo. we're expanding to a lot of other states, and we can disrupt this production chain in three important links and adding technology to simplify the grower retail relationship. So, okay, so the grower has access to technology. Everything we think about is towards the reality of 5 million growers that exist in Brazil that are small growers. When we put simple technology in the hands of these growers, we manage to inject 70% more income to this small grower and at very least 10% more extra margin to retail. This is so efficient that the value proposal that we deliver as a business model is a direct connection. It's the simplification of the purchase process for the retail. So it's idea of transparency and ESG data of the production chain and the reduction of waste when it comes to retail. So the average reduction of waste is 30%. In São Paulo, we managed to have a reduction of 2.1%. So it's money that's left over the chain and it's more sustainability, and it allows us to offer the grower the recurrence of purchase, their direct sale of supermarket towards the small grower, a training process and technical assistance process focused on training. We developed our training process about pricing, on top of there being a benefits hub where we can deliver the emission of receipts. They can sell to any supermarket. They can receive that money quickly. Now we're going towards microcredits with the SAFRA insurance, and we have these growers around the city. The quality of production and the volume which the supermarket needs, and this perfect match makes it the commercialization work. So now going towards the solution of innovation, 80/20, which connects the intermediary to these chains, we can add to our clients ESG data. And you can ask me, well, I work exclusively with organics. We started working with organics, but organics represent only 10% of the whole market for vegetables and fruits. So 0.5% of growable land in Brazil is organic, but I believe in sustainability. So on top of developing with Embrapa a assessment focused on regenerative agriculture, we brought a measurement of how sustainable that grower is on the process of production of the food being produced, grown, until it is delivered to supermarkets, for us to add not just organic growers in the commercialization process, but also conventional growers. They use chemical products for grow food. So now in Brazil, we are pioneers in the production chain, focusing on ESG. We work scientifically on each process of sustainability that we prefer. So we delivered for free to our clients indicators where they can, through these indicators, they can see the transparency of their production chain. So we have a supermarket thing that you have 30 growers, how many chemical products were placed on the environment, how much CO2 they're emitting through their logistical chain, how many are women, how many in agriculture. It's a whole environmental and social impact that my buyer had when they used the technology to connect directly with the grower. Priscilla, 2 minutes, please. We believe that through this transparency, showing exactly where this product is coming from, we can bring towards the market a sustainable development. In fact, just to finish telling you, we are a startup that was born in the Northeast, led by 2 women. I think that the biggest roundup my city in the Northeast in the last few years. We just had this capture round, and the intention of approximating sustainable businesses, businesses that change the way how we think about this integration between the countryside and the city, but not the way it says us. We're not going to propose, oh, we're going to give you something. We're going to introduce you to the economy, the simplification of the commercial relationship, so you can generate, when you think about innovating business that solve this sort of problem, is to make so that the economy can keep going in the best way possible, causing this social environmental impact. So we're very happy to be a living proof of this. Being born in Ceará, getting the market, and this is our goal of being the best solution for commercialization between small growers and the city. And we're happy to be here with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Priscilla. Well, Daniela, now it's your turn. She spoke about integration with the supermarkets, and Daniela Lacerda saying that she's the youngest entrepreneur on the supermarket sector, recognized by Abazi. She is in the Forbes under 30 Forbes list or retail. She has an MBA in management and CEO of the Corujão network in Bahia. So, Daniela, I want to listen to you to bring in this space where you are going to show how creative economy is within its organization, also bringing ESG or ESG. I'm also going to be standing up because on top I'm short, so you'll be able to see me better. Actually, I'm going to thank the state of Ceará to open this space for somebody that is from Bahia. I've been working the supermarket sector. I'm going to tell you, Priscilla, you got another customer. We really liked your presentation. It was great. So we really embrace the ASG causes when she spoke about being the youngest. And all of you also mentioned about those that live within the operational. And maybe those that live in the operational sector, and if you're an entrepreneur that was born still very young, very small, because being an entrepreneur in Brazil is not easy. We know that we need support, and this support sometimes we don't get it quickly enough. So it's a good thing that the corporate chain today has more possibilities. When I started when I was 19, I was going to open my own distributor. I was still small entrepreneur. I did not. Now it's just had my guts and sweat to get it done, and now we're starting off on a national level. It's exactly, Albert Einstein has a great phrase that I love. He says, creativity is intelligence having fun. And I think I did that these 10 years. I'm still young, I'm 30, and I feel that in these 10 years I did that a lot. I let my intelligence have fun in the professional environment, always standing on my responsibility, social responsibility, which is what I bring to you today. Creative economy within retail. How do you take a sector that is still stuck in the mud with a few issues like Priscilla just said, very small profit margins? How do we help growers? How do we help a social chain? How do we value human capital? When you have a very small margin where you still have your business being crushed by an economy that, whether you want to or not, is still the Brazilian economy. It's not a new economy as we see when we study and we wish for it to happen and come along soon. Our network, retail as a whole, still has a business chain that depends a lot on industry. It's linked. Is there folks from the industry sector here? No? Well, industry is completely linked to retail. So when industry values and sees the retail chain as a new business possibility, we start to see more possibilities to win, because entrepreneurs want to win. We can't just live from presentations, speeches, and words. We need to live on a day-to-day basis because retail really is a strong sector. And we've been developing on ASG, especially social sectors. So how much is an idea worth? When I say that I let my intelligence have fun, without meaning to, without understanding, I started to work on human capital within our unit. Working on human capital aimed towards a business chain. How do you do that? How do you absorb an industry within your industry as a win? With trade market, we brought a lot of possibilities towards seeing that the collaborator must be seen by a company, must be humanized, and embracing causes like Brazil's. On top of being a social aid is also when there's no longer that thing that we know very well about when we talk about environment. It's just you just plant a tree and my company is contributing to the environment. It's not what it's about. Now our network is the biggest when it invests on renewable energy, and I'm very proud of saying that to you. And we have a case within our sector due to bringing all this on innovation and these possibilities to future entrepreneurs, future investors that are present here, seeing my business or Priscilla's business as with a new outlook. In Corujão, that's how it was born. That's how it was born 7 years ago. Humanization of the brand. We brought in this sample of taking towards the digital sphere companies behind. There's a security number of bringing content and showing the emotion of people, where there would be, first off, the importance of this human capital that is part of corporate, whether you want to or not. We use our social networks a lot. I think that everybody has this people communicating. This millennium generation of our children and your children. How do we transform this into a business possibility? And how do we bring this towards a social marketing, really searching industry as a partner? We use a lot. Oops, you typed that wrong. The value of human capital. It's our own collaborators. They're in the store floor, getting feedback from our clients, and so since the company is a corporate environment, it has the possibility of listening to the collaborator that is just a person in charge of a section order and checkout. A lot of them still don't do so, especially in my sector, and why? That's why maybe I'm here today showing you the importance of giving value towards human capital in corporate. We invest a lot in strengthening organizational culture, as I said. We bring these groups of people. We have 60% women. We don't have gender inclusion. We have talent inclusion. It's way beyond what sometimes is considered for a specific sector. I say this because I'm in the sector for 8 years now. 5 years ago, not back in the day, there were no women in butcheries. Forklift drivers can be women, that kind of thing. So we're breaking these barriers. Those that are here, I'm an entrepreneur. I need to change my behavior according to the precepts of the new economy that is being created, because there's no point in us putting up slides, you're listening to me, and not putting this into practice, or not looking for companies that are doing this. You also establish a positive organizational environment, an environment where these collaborators feel good, that they are having their possibilities. You have psychologists on the network that give support, especially when it comes to, for women, they suffer abuse when their own homes or their work environment. cultural integrations is kind of what Priscilla talked about. We have ESG standards that's called Sabores do Mundo, Taste of the World. How does it work? We have a partnership with corporate in Bahia, and we have these cooperatives so that they have the possibility to sell. Is that why I like everybody? No, it's because it generates income. It does. A lot of imported products. We know how many taxes we pay. So if I position these products equal value on top of selling imported jelly, I can sell something from my region. So we give value to our products, which are quite common. This is well recognized on IRF. At the start of this year, our network was recognized due to the new possibilities, business possibilities that we're bringing in. And 2 minutes, okay, 2 minutes. Full of Foods, which is a supermarket network that is American. They already have that in their value chain. And a lot of the time, we are always giving value to what is from outside Brazil. And just to finish, this is, as I said, a big case from our network aimed towards ESG, which had an impact of more than 90,000 families, all of the countryside of Bahia. And I feel quite proud of bringing a new generation of possibilities. I know there's people here with more or less age, but they say that, that's your words, a lot of valuable are not words or examples. Thank you. Thank you, Daniela, for your presentation. We saw on this panel the importance of diversity within a subject called creative economy. We saw several possibilities to understand, in fact, how possible it is to reinvent businesses, how it's possible to look for something new, how it is possible to find solutions, to integrate problems what the world has with solutions that are a lot of the time within our homes, within organizations, how you can integrate people so that you can, in fact, become into big marketing agents, transformation of companies. So glad to be here with you. I'm going to ask that each of you in 1 minute, okay, Cartasso, 1 minute, 1 minute. We're gonna have our closing statements. Everybody gets a minute, and I will be very thankful. All right, I'm gonna give my thanks for the invitation. It's great to be participating here on our 6th edition of Ceará Global. I'd like to congratulate my work colleagues here, so to speak, the projects that they develop, and reaffirm here that Sebrae is available for all its initiatives that are related to innovation and creativity, without forgetting tradition, because at Sebrae we have the saying that innovation is to innovate tradition and innovate innovation. So thank you all. Thank you, Cartaxo. Cartaxo. Once more. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank you for letting us speak. Proud to be here. I love this place, especially for Leza, and show you the value of the chain, corporate chains, of how important leadership is, that we ally ourselves to the values and the culture of the company, its mission. I think Corujão as a whole, was the network which is associated to it, as a founder, it's not, it doesn't show just words. We have a lot of practice, and I'm really proud to be aware that this new business ideology will be part of the new generations, which my children are a part of. Thank you. Round of applause. Okay, Bia. I wanted to thank the event, the production, FIAC as well. Thank you for the invitation. She's a great partner that we have. And I wanted to just leave an invitation to you, if you're interested by the subject, and if you'd like to understand more about impact businesses, and access on the Samsung network. We're on all the networks of knowing the ICE work. There's our partner that works here as well. It's international work, the Citizenship Institute, and understanding the B system, which certifies, looks towards large companies and helps them to diagnose its impact within a logic of generating impact, positive impact. The B system has its seal as a global acting within Latin America. Outside, it's known as B Corps. B system here, B Corp, and it's a free tool for assessing companies. We have companies here in Ceará that are certified, like Vendas do Brasil and several others that you must know already. So I'd like for you to get to know more about this. They say all the B companies, they place themselves as the companies that do not want to be the best in the world. They want to be the best for the world. So this is the invitation that I leave for all of you if you want to take the first step and understand a bit more about this universe. And our doors are open for all the people of Ceará that want to talk and understand us a bit in more depth. Thank you. Priscilla, you are going to have the closing statement. I'm very thankful for today. It was great to be able to share this with you, even though I'm not there. And I think that what we can take away from this is that Ceará has this reference of having a new economy through Samsung. Those of you that don't know Samsung, please get to know it. And for information, we're talking about generating impact, two things moving together. Look for Muda Meu Mundo and the social networks. We are a reference point in this supply chain side, direct connection between growers and retailers in the country, and we're very thankful to be able to share this with you. And this seed with the new economy, this economy based on creativity and social environmental impact can be planted with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Priscilla. All right, folks, before Mauro can finish this, I'm out of time. You can see I am thankful to all of you. I am thankful to everybody that is in this panel here. Those of you that were present, and I hope we have planted the seed of creative economy and this new economy in your hearts.
Salva
See
de
you
palmas
next
para
time. Round of
todos
applause
os nossos palestrantes.
to all our
Só,
speakers.
só a correção, somos um
That's the
CE,
correction.
se vocês quiserem
CE.
procurar, arroba
If you
somos
wanna
um
look for
CE no
Somos
Instagram
CE
e a
on
partir de lá o
Instagram, and
Linktree.
from then
Sigam também a Flow, a Adriana
you
acabou
can
não falando
Flow.
da
She
Flow
did not speak
Desenvolvimento
about
Integral.
Flow
Vale
Desenvolvimento
também vocês
Integral.
seguirem, assim
It's
como a
worth
Priscila falou da
following,
Muda
as
Meu Mundo.
Priscilla
Aproveitem
spoke
para
about Muda Meu
passear
Mundo.
pelas redes
So you
sociais
can take a
e
walk
vocês vão
on the social
conhecer
networks
muito
and you'll be
mais
able to get to
sobre a
know a lot
economia
more about
criativa.
creative
Salva de
economy.
palmas mais uma
Round of
vez
applause once
para
again
nossas queridas
to our dear
palestrantes,
speakers,
Beatriz Fiuza,
Beatriz
Priscila Veras e
Fiuza,
Daniela
Priscila
Lacerda,
Veras,
nosso
and
querido
Lacerda,
Joaquim
our dear
Cartacho
Joaquim
e a
Cartacho,
nossa Adriana Bezerra,
and
que também
Dona Bezerra,
conduziu
who
esse
also
painel.
led this panel.
Lembrando que nós estamos
Remembering
no
that we
segundo
are on the
dia do
second
Ceará
day of
Global
Ceará Global
2022, evento
2022,
anual e itinerante,
yearly
que esse ano tem como temas
roving event
centrais
this
os
year.
negócios de impacto nos setores de
Subject
economia
is
do mar,
impact,
de economia criativa
business,
e
creative
transição
business, and ocean
energética.
economy.
Estamos falando aqui
We are
direto do
speaking
auditório do
directly
BS
from
Design
the BS
Corporate
Design
Towers em
Auditorium
Fortaleza,
in
Ceará, para
Fortaleza,
você que está
Ceará.
acompanhando a nossa transmissão
You're
online
following our online
pela
transmission
plataforma
through
Metrópole
the
Virtual.
Metrópole Virtual platform.
Sugiro aos nossos participantes que, quando tiverem um tempinho, deem uma circulada na nossa plataforma, na Metrópole Virtual, visitem os diversos espaços que estão disponibilizados para vocês. Ceará Global é este evento que é realizado desde 2017 e hoje se tornou o principal evento sobre o processo de internacionalização da economia no Ceará, especialmente no que diz respeito a comércio exterior e atração de investimentos estrangeiros. E para não perder o pique, para não perdermos o ritmo, vamos agora já emendar com o nosso terceiro painel do nosso segundo dia de Ceará Global 2022. Nosso tema agora será atração de investimento estrangeiro para setores econômicos prioritários no Ceará. Vamos conhecer nossos palestrantes, vamos aqui na nossa vinheta.
We're going to have the third panel for our second day.
Maravilha. Gostaria de convidar então
So I'd like to
nossos
invite
palestrantes.
our lecturers.
André Milério de Aguiar,
Mr. André
advogado
Milério
do
de
escritório
Aguiar,
APSV
a lawyer for
Advogados.
the APSV Law Firm.
Senhora Rosiane Medeiros,
Mrs.
secretária
Rosiane
executiva
Medeiros,
da
Executive
Indústria
Secretariat
na
of
Secretaria de
the
Desenvolvimento Econômico do
Industry
Estado do
in
Ceará.
the Ceará.
E de forma remota teremos a
ADESE,
participação como
and,
painelista da senhora
remotely
Hannah
we have as a
Velgax,
panelist,
da Gerência de
Mrs.
Investimentos da
Hannah
PEX
Velgax,
Brasil.
with
Quem vai
PEX
conduzir e
Brasil.
mediar esta conversa,
Who's
professora
gonna mediate
Larissa
this
Amaral,
conversation
advogada,
is
professora da
Professor
Universidade
Larissa
de
Amaral,
Fortaleza, Unifor, na área de Relações
Unifor
Internacionais.
Fortaleza and
Salva de palmas aqui para os
International
nossos palestrantes, para
Relationship
recebê-los aqui
Areas.
com energia e com alegria nesta sexta-feira à tarde, de tanto conhecimento,
This Friday
tantas informações
afternoon,
que nós estamos
all
recebendo.
knowledge we are
Professora Larissa,
receiving.
vou
Professor Larissa,
colocar
please,
então, teremos 5 minutos
we'll have 5
para a abertura do
minutes
painel e suas considerações
for
iniciais. Na
your initial
sequência,
remarks,
nossos
and in the
palestrantes
sequence
terão cada
our
um 10
lecturers will have
minutos
10
para suas
minutes
explanações.
for their explanation. Thank you very much, Mauro. It's a great honor to have you in the 6th Ceará Global with this illustrious person by my side. I would like to tell that Carol won't be with us, unfortunately. We are here today to talk about sea economy, creative economy, and now investment attraction. And we are here. So in the last publishing, we have in the Ceará Global website as well about foreign investment. I invite you to access Ceará Global and everything. So we have more or less 500,000 companies with foreign capital, more than 8,000 foreign investors distributed in 139 municipalities in the state of Ceará. How to attract these investments, how to retain these investments. André is my fellow lawyer. I need to register. He's graduated in other things as well. We are here with Dr. Rosiane Medeiros. I think, she is self-introducing, and I would like to talk about investment attraction and gold mining potential for the state, and also green hydrogen. And online we have Mrs. Hanna Tartachenko. Hope I have pronounced it correctly. She's a PhD in management and a manager for markets. I'm here just for mediation, so you are in excellent hands. And let's talk about investment attraction, foreign investment attraction for the priorities sectors. If you allow me, so ladies first. And that's it. How do we attract and keep investments, foreign investments? Afternoon, everyone. I have the responsibility to talk firstly. We have a quick presentation, not to bother you too much. So, but let's try to replace Carol, because Carol is doing an excellent work. And we'll be talking further. So the direct investments in Ceará, they've been extremely, so it's a national highlight, okay? So Ceará has always been a priority when we're talking about direct investments. And Ceará is highlighted nationally. And the numbers of investments, we're not talking about refugees, visas, and we're talking about investments. And people know that Ceará is quite represented, well represented. And in the consolidated data, Ceará is the third main destination in post-pandemic, considering in some aspects also geopolitics, Asia, Europe, and Ceará also. With all the difficulties of 2020 and 2021, Ceará is highlighting. We are including this legal and individuals, legal person and individuals. So the Ministry of Justice is consolidating here lots of different numbers from studies, whatever it is, they have data. So you just need to look and to consolidate. So the third main destination historically, it's a position if we can consider Ceará has been in a better shape. We've been in better positions, but we are yet a highlight, national highlight. And the main origins of these resources are Italy, France, South Korea, and Portugal, not necessarily in this order. But this is a very well consolidated data. When we start talking to people and people interested in Ceará, these nationalities are naturally connected. And basically, you'll see here further real estate, tourism, and the industry of hospitality. Just to give you a strong number, 90 million reais in 2021, 94 million reais have been invested directly in Brazilian and societies and companies from Ceará. These are not data from the past. These are new data, new investments, and only in 2021 we have investments of 95 million reais, and some people do not consolidate all the numbers, and they don't have the proper dimension of what it is. Amongst this total, 72 million is individuals, foreigners, so individuals from abroad. So individuals are the highlight for Ceará. So they visit and they have partners, and they have connections, and then they see that here it's interesting for them. We'll see further how and why. So amongst the 71 all individuals, and we have 11 million reais invested by legal persons. So we are not ahead of many states, but we are very representative in the general context. And if the state of Ceará and the individuals level, we are a highlight, first place consolidated ahead of too much the states like the great industry, São Paulo, Rio, and Minas. Ceará is, a surprise. So the legal persons they represent, but in a lower rate, with a lower rate. And which are the factors and why we have this historically? Why Ceará is like that? So what is evolving with time? And we have some topics here. This is only an example. We have all other questions, but business environment improvement, and then we can mention doing business, highlighting the evolution of Ceará, mainly in aspect of how to open a company and all the red tape related and permits and all the documents. Ceará is not anymore making it difficult. 1 to 3 months to open a company, and now we are talking about 1 or 2 days to have a legal taxpayer number validated to start investing, to start whatever the legal person wants. We have exchange, also a national exchange factor, bringing attractiveness to Brazil. So euro and dollars are extremely attractive to the foreign investors, and it comes, not from it's been a while. So in 2016, the exchange was 30 to 40% less attractive. Now we are talking about a much bigger increment. And passing to the state competences. So we have industrial zones, we have the ZPEs, and we have a strong attraction of industries, MOUs being signed with hydrogen. More recently, in 2022, we have the geopolitical questions, the conflicts, Europe, Asia, what brings a bigger attractiveness to the state of Ceará, not only, but to Brazil. When we think about proximity, about geographic position, we are the closest state to Europe. So talking about connectivity, we have this easiness for the foreigners to access Ceará, and this is very interesting. We have Portugal, that historically, for the language and for the connection, so TAP has been there in 1999, 98. TAP has been a pioneer bringing Portuguese, and it facilitated where we are now to achieve what we've achieved. Regarding partnerships, regarding historical partnerships we have with the country, Portugal. But not only Portugal, we have the aerial mesh that have been broadened, so 2 minutes. We have an aerial mesh that is vast and connects Europe and North America. And it's a factor to facilitate the foreigners to enter, to get in and get out. And trying to sell my fish, you know. And Carol has been playing an excellent role. Ceará is the ninth place in doing business Brazil. And the greatest highlight is because we have this easiness opening businesses and regarding licenses, permits, etc. This is an unprecedented factor for us to be dynamic and all the perspectives. From my point of view, in a macro fashion, to be in this, to keep this pace with more structuring possibilities, we need to follow some pillars. I'm trying to run here for the sake of time. We have the broadening of the presence of investors here. So with exchange, with legal security and increase of the aerial mesh will be determinant for more real estate development when we're talking about the productive sector. And we're talking about real estate, tourism, renewable energies, and then the sea economy in general. It's a very broadened environment. We have a world of situations, but let's advance to the debates. Sorry for being out of time. Can we have Hannah again, please? To have this dynamic of being hybrid, we are proud to be hybrid as an event. We are having all these opportunities here. So please, Hannah, we know that Ceará is a point of attraction of investment, but to attract without managing, so there's no sustainability. What's the role of Apex? So thank you very much. Congratulations for the initiative, an excellent one, to discuss about environment. So, and it's essential that we seek new ways to work on investment attraction. But we have other ways with all these changes happening. And I'm bringing you some about our experience, how we attract investments in Apex Brazil. Let me see if I can show you some slides. Let's start. And what we do in Apex Brazil, we have a mission, a very noble mission, I would say. We need to sell Brazil, offer Brazil, and we could call marketing. We are marketing for Brazil, and talking in terms of management. Any company shall do two things well done: to manufacture and to sell. And we have lots of attractiveness in lots of sectors, but we need also to promote and our good characteristics. And some real stories here of our clients. A Norwegian company, the dear one of the state of Ceará. The first case. Then we've had challenges on how to perform businesses in Brazil. We needed to present a regulatory part, to present to the main players, and compliance also. And the first solar plant has been opened in Ceará, and we are very proud of it. Another company, a big challenge. We've been doing this for 7 years. And so how we invest in Brazil? Well, bottom line, we know how things going. They've invested, but we have another case of supporting a foreign company in Brazil. So how do we need to support these companies? A company from Israel that allows for us to save water and to save raw materials, and this kind of support for foreigners, for foreign investors. Each country is a country, and we are here to give support to companies. And we support foreign companies, and we need to admit partners, and we aiming to generate companies. With the support of these projects that Apex did, we've generated 14,000 job posts with better wages and transference of technology. Bottom line is that we want to build an innovative Brazil with new technology, with good wages and everything in development. So let's talk a little bit more on how we do this promotion. So we prioritize sectors, and then we assess which sectors are more attractive to the foreign investor and interesting also to Brazil, and attracting the value chain of solar energy. We need more stack manufacturers to generate more job posts. So these studies are important, and we prioritize some sectors. These are the sectors, and I will bring you an example on how we work with oil and gas, knowing that Brazil has natural talent, a good position. and we have a catalog of partnership, and we present Brazilian companies to foreign companies. And it's important to highlight how to build, how to negotiate between. And sometimes we use a joint venture that is beneficial to both sides. And how do we have a partner? So it's a challenge to work with partners, but thinking about uncertainties, risks, profits, everything is divided. And it's interesting for a Brazilian company to find some new techniques, bring the foreign company here and to become partner. And it's interesting that the foreign company to be partner, in fact, so they will have commitments. They will be game into game. They will share risks and also the successes, the achievements. And for the foreign companies, it's interesting to find a partner in Brazil because starting from scratch is difficult, it's risky. And I believe this format, so negotiating well, I think we can achieve good results, good partnerships. So renewable energy is the talk of the town. We have a good leadership on this, but we need to work a little bit more. Ceará is highlighting very well. We are proud of it to see the state so proactively working, bringing good results and investors. I bring you some numbers. So in terms of countries and markets, Brazil is amongst the main markets for renewable energies, and I'm considering lots of types: solar, wind, biomass, and other technologies. And Apex gives support to the investors with consultancy, with personalized, tailor-made information, opportunity for partnerships, presenting all the ecosystem, and we are in 220 countries, and it's all of them are unique. And foreign investments, we are here to show that foreign investments are very good to the state. So Apex in general, knowing that investments are hand to hand with exporting, so we are at your disposal. We show all the fronts of Apex. We have 14 offices around the world, and Apex is bound as a branch of it's under the umbrella of Itamaraty, the Brazilian diplomatic institution, and so you have this cross-cutting services, so more than 70 types of services, and we work mainly and network with our main partners, and in the state of Ceará, the government, in the academia, so we have partners everywhere. So thank you very much. So thank you for respecting time, Hannah. So Dr. Hosiani, we know the potentials, and we know how to matchmaking national, international. We know the areas of application, so how to retain the investments, how things are happening. Well, I would like to thank you for the invitation and to talk a little bit of our work in Ceará. I would like to greet all of you, so all the friends present here, mainly Romulo, which I preceded in the trade chamber, commerce chamber, and my fellow Marta as well. And in this very special moment, very good to Ceará, I'm glad to live this moment. I see the audience here, though, full of youngsters. They've grew up in a Ceará that was very different comparing to mine. During my teenage times, Ceará was one of the poorest states of Brazil. So Ceará was seen as a problem, and we've had lots of problems in Ceará, our territory. So no, we've had the greatest percentage of semi-arid. So few possibilities in terms of economy, and then the alternatives were we've lacked of opportunities, and then immigration. In the beginning of the government, I've had the honor to be invited by Mr. Secretary Maia Jr. in a moment that the secretariat was being restructured, and to me, it's been an exceptional experience because we've had 2 years of pandemic, and we performed a lot. In the beginning, he stated three challenges to me and to the team that we needed to increase job generation, mainly in the countryside, and then to decrease the relationship between the average GDP of Ceará regarding the national average. These are not easy challenges, but I think we're being successful, and not only the industry secretariat, but in general all the others. Natasha is here representing Commerce, Service and Innovation Secretariat. We have the Agribusiness Secretariat. We have Entrepreneurship Secretariat and others. So this is a teamwork. Definitely, no one does nothing alone. And I've managed to attract. Marta was one of the first, and we've met in a meeting of the Commerce Chamber one day after Maya invited me, and it's very important, the leadership in this whole story. And I have to recognize the work Secretary Maya is doing, not only as the during his current secretariat term, but in the whole history. I was talking to Romulo like leadership, two things: leadership and the team. He engaged, and so all the challenges we've worked on, and then we needed to attract investment, and not only foreign investment, but also national. And because Ceará doesn't have venture capital enough to great investments, and then we've established a team, and then we try to distribute the areas of work for each one, and then we've struggled. And people used to ask, what's happening in Ceará? Well, the moment is very favorable, but Ceará has a policy for continuation, and regardless the political parties in power, the good practices they are continuously they've been kept. This is very important. The foreigners, they see this as a very good differentiation in our state. We have a governance and governability. We are concerned about the digitalization, and Carol is doing in the Commerce Department for the state. So Ceará is a poor state, and our role as public sector is to give agility and to facilitate things. As Anna said, it's not worth it to be in evidence regarding the potential of the renewable energy and green hydrogen, but we need to facilitate the investors' life. And because the competition for the investments is great, is big, and investors are always in a rush. But what is very important beyond what I said is education. Ceará is seen nationally and internationally as a state that highlights an education, and this is very important. We have a modern port, very 20 years age only. Governor visited the plant for EDP plant, the thermoelectric. Will be the first plant for green hydrogen in Latin America. So the civil works are ongoing. To have this port with the so-called ZPE, the processing zone for exportation, with the participation of the Rotterdam port as a partner, it's another thing that foreign investors they see as a very positive thing, because Rotterdam port is a logo mark and a credible logo mark. We have also the potential of renewable energy, enormous potential, I would say, that has been attracted the attention of the investors, and we have the solar atlas and the wind power atlas, and we have lots of permit application for environmental permits for the wind power plants, because they have to do. So this activity has to do with the green hydrogen. I don't know if you are all aware. So renewable energy is highlighting amongst all in Ceará. We have other sectors also, but for example, information technology and communication, because we have lots of data centers here. But it's because data centers need a lot of energy as well. Now all this makes part of our environment, and my time is so this moment for Ceará regarding energy, and we don't have internal savings, so internal venture capital to offer investors. We have projects of 5. So these offshore projects are in the tier of $1 billion, and green hydrogen, same thing. And what is the strategy? So regarding European Union and decarbonization, the European Union, they do not have availability for the demand they are presenting. So in one of the ways, and then we got lucky. Well, I grew up in Ceará that was very poor, with the sunlight and wind and rocks and the sea. None of this was valued, and now we see all this as great potential. And since we have abundant and cheap renewable energy, necessary, this energy can be exported through ammonia that will use renewable energy, and then the electrolysis separate hydrogen from oxygen through electrolysis, and then inserting nitrogen with the hydrogen, creating ammonia for the transportation. And lots of countries are in this. It's like the gold run, and in a moment where we have a great need in Europe. A need for energy in Europe. So it's, these geopolitical issues leveraged Ceará in terms of green hydrogen. I would talk about other sectors within the industries, because my I work with industry. I will talk only about industrial sector, but we have another sector that is developing in Ceará and has to do with this international thing that is the shoe industry. So they are not foreign investors, they are investors from the south of Brazil. And so geopolitics again. So United States and Europe, they don't want to be dependent on China manufacturers. Since we have a very footwear industry that is strong, already strong. So we give Europe and United States more tranquility, not to be too much dependent on the Chinese. And we have these geopolitical issues, Taiwan and China, and then the severe lockdowns China had during the pandemic. So it's another great opportunity to the local industry. Thank you, Dr. Rosiane. I will try to connect the three of you. We'll have another round of 2 minutes for each one of you for the final remarks. I would like to tease you, well, first of all, with time. But please talk to me. I see that you have a lot of potential. How, if I suppose, let's assume I am a regional company, how can I be, better exhibited to the investors? How can I prepare myself? So let's start with Hannah, please. So thank you, great question. I was already thinking about the next step, and then you asked that. So I think we all have concrete opportunities for investment attraction. So we need to prepare for these opportunities. Success happens when we are prepared to seize the opportunity. And how? How to prepare for those opportunities? Well, I believe that considering our level of management, I would say that it's important to talk the same language people talk all over the world. So it's important to write down a project. So to have the ideas and then the numbers and then to walk the talk. And now we're talking about 11,000 agencies in the world. Agencies struggling for 10,000 projects. So we are struggling with, we are competing with other countries for investors, so it's important to be prepared. So write a project that is based on numbers, contexts, scenarios. I think it's a very practical way to prepare for these upcoming opportunities, and it is feasible to any company, any big or any SME. And maybe resources are not the only hinder for a project. So a good project, is maybe the great hinder, and showing the real potential to be reverted in benefit of the society and of the business people, better saying. So, and Andrea, your final remarks for the entrepreneurs aiming foreign investment attraction. Well, I think it's a complex thing, right? Full of shades. Hannah talked about the Brazilian aspect. I will talk about our local aspects. We've talked about hydrogen and port and local opportunities, and thinking of what to do to receive the investments I think we can talk about that last slide, talking about legal security, and with a very clear structuration of state policies, which are the priority sectors, what can we, talking about a private initiative, what can we structure as opportunities abroad, and letting alone the renewable energies that are very clear as well. So to our reality here, we have other points that Ceará naturally bringing numbers as well from the federal government. Ceará is very strong in terms of real estate investments, and naturally, day after day, we have information and data on it. I think we need to be each day more professional, keeping up with these advancements, and the public power has been acting. We saw the numbers. Ceará is a highlight. And so to keep up this good work, we need to adjust what we have to in terms of security, in terms of opportunity. The commercial department for the state is an example. We have other players talking about the central bank. We have a new pathway within the Central Bank of Brazil, new pathway of technological renovations, and also anchoring on what has been said, the preparation for all those opportunities that are important. So all the years are proving, so all the previous years are just showing what Ceará has been doing and achieving. And it's a sign, so these are signs to us to keep doing the good work. So with good advisory, right, André? Yes, you're right. And we are here to advise the state, okay? And so, Rosiane, a tip for investment attraction, please. Well, we need to promote our potentialities within the Economic Development Secretariat. We've been focusing on it, trying to maximize the resources we have, because it's not worth it to have the resources and not to communicate. Because investors, they need legal security. They need to have the tranquility. They need the government, all the players, local players, they need to be trustworthy, right? And because for the big investments, they need to have security provided by the government in everywhere, you know, in all the jurisdictions. For example, now regarding mining. So in Ceará, we've never heard about mining interests before, and we've signed the covenant with a federal institution. So this public body is doing a mapping of the resources, mineral resources all over Brazil, in 4 states of Brazil. Because I'm just mentioning one, and we have an MOU signed with a Canadian company for gold mining. Who could imagine that? Because it sounded like, you know, Old West, and sounded like a myth. But we need to be professional, though. We need to be professional. We need to, you know, I am a person that I'm a very grounded person, and I like to state things just like they are, because it's not worth it to set up an agreement, settle an agreement, and then not being able to fulfill it. And if we can work with professionalism and to honor our commitments, and we are known as a state of word, like we honor all our commitments. So with all the investors, a state of its word. So, and then not to promise the sky just out of charming. And we have already good foreign capital from Portugal in our real estate and our touristic trade. And we're trying to get even more Portuguese capital. And Portugal is Portugal competed in the past with the Chinese, and they overcame the aggregate design. That's what we are trying to do, trying to show what's happening in other countries, in other realities, in a way that we can contribute. And so the footwear and textile are the two of the main job post generators, and we're trying to expand to the countryside as well. We all have yet 5 minutes. I think we can finish, beforehand. I would like to thank you, all the tips. I like to be practical because we are making Ceará more visible. We've been highlighting all the cross-cutting potentialities of the state. We're trying to work creatively, but we are dealing with all the investment options like tourism, etc. The best thing from Ceará, the greatest asset is Ceará's people. And so if we do not have human capital, if we do not build a capacity on our workers, so we won't have an economy in the future. And it's important to build this content from Ceará Global in a foreign language. So and I would like to thank people from the Brazilian Sign Language, making this dialogue of us more accessible, and the translators, the simultaneous translators, making available this event to the foreigners, to our fellows abroad. And I would like to thank Ceará Global Organizing Committee. And congratulations to you, entrepreneur, and local entrepreneur trying to reach foreign investors, trying to get and to retain international partners to make our economy great. And it's common to find we are known, we people from Ceará, we are known to go everywhere in the world. We have a saying here, so that states that we have a Cearense all over the world, and that's true because we go and we do and we highlight amongst
Muito
all.
obrigado. Uma salva de
Thank you
palmas
very
para os
much.
nossos painelistas.
Thank you very much.
Nossos
A round of
palestrantes,
applause
Rosiane Medeiros
to our
e Hanna
panelists.
Velgax, o André Milério de Alencar e
André,
de Aguiar, perdão, e a
Hannah,
nossa professora Larissa. Queria pedir para vocês virem
André
aqui à frente para
and
nós
Larissa,
fazermos a nossa
please.
foto oficial, tendo a Hanna também aqui no painel ao fundo,
with
aparecerá também
Hannah
na nossa foto.
And
Convidar aqui para a gente fazer a
digitally
foto
appearing
especial dos nossos
like a billboard.
painelistas, da nossa, mais um painel do nosso Ceará Global 2022, um projeto idealizado pela Câmara Setorial de Comércio Exterior
So
e
this
Investimento,
is Ceará
vinculada à
Global,
ADES, a Agência de
held
Desenvolvimento
by
Econômico do Ceará, em associação
Ceará
com a Câmara
Global
Brasil-Portugal no Ceará,
initiative with the support of the state government and FIEC, SEBRAE, Unifor, and 24 other entities acting coordinatedly for the internationalization of our economy. Again, another picture, please. Another photo, please, again. And Dr. Hannah, please. On the screen to another picture, I would like to reiterate, all the staff will work. A round of applause for the translation, for the Brazilian Sign Language interpreters, and for the tech guys, because they are allowing you following us up through internet, allowing us to broadcast to you with quality and with competence this event to you, this hybrid event. For the next panel, I would like to highlight the companies. I would like to give a special thanks for the sponsors, City Hall Fortaleza, FIEC, SESI, BSPAR, and APSV Law Firm. Institutional support from Unifor, AECIP, Termaco, TECER, ATB, TMC, Unilink, Grupo Fornecedora, Cordeiro Grupo, Fornecedora Group, and ESG Now. The media partner is the Grupo O Povo of Communication. We're going to have a different panel. We will keep. We'll resume our schedule for today, and now we have an activity called Canvas. Canvas on energy, data, and ocean economy. And we will have a team of lecturers. And our dear Hermes Monteiro, president for the Foreign Chamber.
Área de Economia Criativa. O Felipe Matias vai retornar aqui para o palco, cientista-chefe da Pesca e Aquicultura da FUNCAP. Por favor.
So, please.
E o Joaquim Rolim, que já chegou aqui.
Joaquim Rolim is already here. He already gave everybody a nice hug.
Joaquim Rolim, presidente
of the Sectorial Chamber for Energy Production.
Vamos lá.
Let's go. We're going to call in our speakers and panelists. I think everybody went to get some coffee. Please ask the ladies to get them back in here. Luis Carlos, we're still missing Felipe Matias.
Sabadia foi tomar cafezinho.
Sabadia went to get some coffee. He'll be back soon for our canvas.
E o Felipe, né? Gente, para fazer a facilitação, enquanto eu volto, quero convidar o empreendedor, consultor e escritor Eduardo Gomes de Matos, fundador da Gomes de Matos Consultoria, autor do best-seller Uma Nova Gestão. Encontro ali no auditório também, nós está vendo o grande livro do Eduardo, recente, Uma Nova Gestão. E também quero convidar o advogado Igor Gonçalves, sócio do APSV Advogados, já está aí ao lado. Bom, esse é formato diferente.
So this is a different format. Eduardo and Igor will lead this canvas.
Trocar ideias.
They'll get some ideas going.
Com a ajuda aí do
Eduardo, you can
então,
speak
à vontade
as
para iniciar os trabalhos.
Igor, so you feel free to get the job, get the ball rolling. Folks, hello. It's good to be here in Ceará Global 2022. The discussion about chambers and how to have this process become reality. Some time ago, there was a consultant. He had a great idea. He did a model. Everybody talked about business models, but nobody knew how to work. So nobody really knew what effectively the business model was. So the Swiss guy created this process that made things easier for a private company. It makes it easier with this process. So our panel it's going to be a panel where we can explain a little bit of what the canvas is, and then we're going to ask questions to our panelists, led by me and Igor. so we can go a bit further in depth to the panel. So I ask you to please explain what the canvas is. It's 10 components, the internationalization canvas. We discussed this with Romulo, so you could talk about this with him. So let's get started. That's just one slide, and we'll get started. All right. Right. It looks fine. So the canvas, you guys, it starts off with what is the big goal for internationalization? What do you want to internationalize? That's the first step. So when we're gonna make a canvas, be it a career canvas or let's say the setup of a business model, we have a few key questions, and these are the questions that will be, let's say, these are going to be the questions asked to our panel. The second point where I'm going to create this internationalization camps, I'm going to ask what are the results, what are the KPIs, how am I going to measure this internationalization process effectively is happening, and third, what resources are available for our internationalization. What are our strong points? What resources can we use for this process? Fourth, what are my limitations? What are my weak points? What are my strengths and weaknesses? What I need to do to improve this internationalization process and make it more effective? And then go to the fifth point, which composes the campus, are the criteria to select my target market. We can see the creative economy these days, energy itself. We're also looking at ocean economy. So what are the criteria that I'm going to use to define our target market? We have a market of opportunities that are huge in the world, and we got to define what market I'm going to look for. What is my... And the post-war called the Yuantaishi Onu and Toyota, where we created a straight production. So when I say my lean strategy, I'm talking about the differentials in a cheaper manner, and it's going to give me better results for this client that I chose beforehand, which is my target client. And with interested parties, what are the potential clients and partners in our country? What are the stakeholders involved in this internationalization process of my product, of my chamber, of my company? That also is useful for a private organization. And I define my value proposal. It's what effectively we want to do very well. The solution of that problem, which will contribute, which is linked to my lean strategy. And the last two aspects, which is structuring costs. What are the costs? The strategy that you chose, how much will it cost the internationalization process, and then what changes you need to do in your current offer. So that's the canvas with presentations, not with presentations, but asking you questions, and each of you, we will have decided we have 3 to 5 minutes to answer each question. So Igor will start the debate for our panel. So thanks, guys. Well, good afternoon. Thanks, Eduardo. Hello. One-to-ones, thank you for the opportunity of being able to compose this panel. This is a subject that has a lot of synergy with my acting from a professional as well as academic perspective. I'm an associate lawyer, one of those responsible for my internationalization. My first contact with the Canvas tool was when I applied the master's project, which is actually about green hydrogen on FCE, and Dr. Jurkian will, and it's promising. It's a bit different. You're going to have to develop specific that are widespread. Yeah, we want to design what are the perspectives and what is this specialist framework that acts in this area for setting up a canvas. So if Eduardo has nothing else to add, I would like to talk about the questions and also direct it towards Hermes. And you can go ahead and contextualize things. The first question is why the companies have an interest in internationalizing businesses. What are the motivations that you see? And expanding the market to Brazil. Good afternoon. Rolling. All of you that are present here in the BS Design on our virtual platform. The sectoral chamber have a privilege of being very quickly. I have a quick pause for 10 seconds. I want to honor President Luciane. She is a secretary. When I was, the first time I had access, she was in the presidency and she ran it so well. Now 4 years later, it's a privilege. It went through Monica's hands, through Marcos Pompeo's hands, through Karina. And it's great to be in front of this chamber today. It's a chamber that, in fact, is not a sector. It goes through each sector. And the important thing about this design model for this event is not just as a canvas. The idea is that it can be continued with the intelligence that we have within the sectorial chamber, heaping each chamber of the ocean economy, energy transition, and creative economy. So why do companies need to internationalize? Well, we hear the term, which is for so many years appeared, which is globalization. Everything that you see today and has internationalization. It brings more technology, it brings reduction of costs, it increases quality. In fact, it reaches something that is not subject only to the criteria of that economy. A crisis in Brazil, but that company does not have a single dependency of commercialization with its products in Brazil. It is involved in sales for exports, so it's going to work in an easier manner. The truth is there's no longer an organization these days that has frontiers when it comes to commerce and so many other exchanges that we had with the world. We received seeds from Peru to plant melons. We exported to St. Petersburg and Russia before the war event, but we export first to the United Arab Emirates. And we import within this process machinery, which will go to an industry in Maracanã, which exports energy drink cans to the U.S. 60 containers per week going from Maracanã. So the world is globalized, internationalized. You no longer ignore things, thinking about a systemic vision. Great, Hermes. So going the same line of thought, when we talk about worldwide trends, decarbonization is one of them that we've seen. There is a need for decarbonization on industrial process and human consumption. So going into this process of energy transition that is at the forefront, as usual, on renewable energy. The kind of resources does Ceará dispose of on this green hydrogen field? So, good evening, everybody. First off, I'd like to thank you and congratulate you for Ceará Global. For several years, it's been working at this pathway in the name of Dr. Rosiane and Monica. You represent us very well on this path. So it's so many things that we have, so that you don't forget. I made a cheat sheet since there's so many things to think about. So it seems like Ceará got ready during 20 years for this moment. I'm going to cite this. They have the Pissang Port complex, very important recently partnership of Pissang with Rotterdam Port, which also seeing as an exit port, and Rotterdam Port, the arrival place for green hydrogen. You have a work group working, dealing with the green hydrogen matter. We'll have to have a direct plan for green hydrogen, which is in the final phase of its setup. We have the ZPE, the only one working in Brazil, where the industrial company owner can keep their company, and it works as if it was in any place of the world. So in the aerial hub, which is one of the few that we have in Brazil in the Northeast working, we have a digital hub. It also works. And hospital, I had a hard time accessing internet there, and here in Ceará. So we have a good thing going when it comes to the digital aspect. Furthermore, a huge renewable energy potential. We have a great potential for renewable energy sources. Solar as well as wind power, and to say that there's places in the world that have a good potential for wind energy and others for sun energy. We have both things here in the same place. We have an academia with a focus on green hydrogen. I don't know if you know, but there are studies about green hydrogen in Ceará. There's 2005 and 2007, so academia is ready for the moment. You have the Industry Observatory in FIEC. Great resource with all the information you can imagine. Any municipality in Brazil, not just in Ceará. Geographical data, economic data, training. We also have the professional training, through which we have Senai as the frontman. We have the Federal Technical School. We also have the syndicate companies for the energy sector that is acting here as well. Cindy Energia. They gave us a big show at Intersolar with a great stand. We have ADESE, the State Development Company. We also has acting in Intersolar. Intersolar is an event, the biggest solar energy event in Latin America. 40,000 people went through 10 days there at Expo Center North. They've been acting there. A lot of people sat out there, so there were 40,000 people. We also have a interactive wind and solar map atlas. What is that? You can get any place in Ceará, and if that place is good for generating energy, solar energy, or wind energy, you'll know. So in Capoeira, initiating an entrepreneur had a presentation on the sectorial chamber, and this is one of the reasons for investment. Ceará, the partnership, governance, and the atlas. You click anywhere in the state, and you know if that's a good spot or a bad spot for generating wind or solar energy. Most of them are good. We have Ceará Global. Forget. It's in English on LinkedIn. We have Sebrae, which always supports small and micro companies, which also have their participation. You don't think about green hydrogen is just going to be for the big guys. No. There's also going to be distributed hydrogen. A solar panel in place, producing hydrogen and being supplied at that same spot. You also have support of the industrial sector by the CNI, which is National Federation of Industry, for AgroFIEC. A spectacular event, 2 days. A lot of people said the following: this is an MBA in 2 days. It's available on YouTube. If you want to take a look at the presentations, it's worth a look. And we have a natural factor on top of what I already mentioned, which is proximity with consumer markets. We have the state government which acts to jointly with entities with the production sector. The chamber, the energy chamber, has that relation between companies, the state government, the government branches. So it's like I said, it's like we were getting ready for 20 years for this movie. It's not going to happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight to get to the point where we are now. And the reason for this is, well, more than $22 billion on projects being elaborated, being developed. So all of this can change on a space in the middle and long term, the face of Cearás economy. I went a bit over. I went over time, but yes, I couldn't not cite this because this is the propaganda of our business. I apologize if I went overboard. Thank you, Joaquin. All right, so we know that we are living in a new economy, right? Economy today is completely different from old economy that we used to live in the last century. And this new economy, let's say, the main point that any organization has is putting this client at the center. Accelerate here at BS Hub, many startups last year. And whenever we start to talk to entrepreneurs, we think about, okay, what is the problem we need to solve? Whose problem is it? Who is the problem? And what problem must be solved? Which is the title of the book, New Management. We focus on the client. And as a front of that, what are today the setup perspective, which countries can be linked to relevant partners in the axis of the ocean economy, and what are potential clients and international clients. So what clients are we search for in the ocean economy? What are the possible clients that we work together with? And I think Roberto Ladvong, president of the Sectorial Chamber for Ocean Economy. So according to the ocean economy, as we saw in the panel, it is not a business. It is a number of economic segments, and as such, each segment has its respective specificities for a chamber. We talked about this beforehand. We can have a case, and we apply it. And I have the tourism sector, port, and I can say these are the countries. It's very different. Having said that, through my original training as a fishery engineering, on top of being an administrator as well, I'd like to mention the fishing sector, since there's a big representativity on the state or tradition that we show in the panel, and to being biggest exporters in the country. Ceará is the biggest exporter of fish in the state. We always produce cans. We have a large drop. We are the biggest shrimp producer. Now Rio Grande do Norte is the largest producer, and we are the biggest lobster. We are the biggest in tuna. So we have good diversity in the fisheries sector. So you'll let me put it this way: I had my career some opportunities where I was present for more than 36, 37 countries, always working in my area, agriculture. The period I had in FAO, is just an organism of the UN which deals with food and agriculture. My sector was Latin America and the Caribbean, so I was in other countries as well. So I say this because I wanted to put forth information which is basic for the fishing sector. So 70% of the fishing production in the world is from China. So just there you have the criteria we can think about for the fishing sector. If there's a player that produces 70%, in 2009 I was in China, and at the time folks were really afraid that the Chinese would export tilapia here because that would destroy the tilapia fishing industry in Brazil. So I was there, and what I saw, we saw half of China is the Gobi Desert with the Himalaya, and it's so they were the available areas for production. There's not a lot of other areas to produce, and there's 300 million inhabitants, 300 million of the middle class. And when I came back, I said, stop being stupid. Stop being afraid of China. China is going to need to import fish to feed that populace. So China is not, has never been, and will not become a threat, but a great opportunity. So, for some reason, if you don't like China or the Chinese, rethink it. If you want to internationalize, that's not just in the fishing sector. Your computers, cell phones, something else. We gotta have a very open mind. The first criteria is that you see what you want. Do you want to export? You want to import? In Latin America, I always said it like this. I went a lot to Peru and Paraguay. When I said, hey, we gotta export to Brazil. That's what they're thought. Big market, big brother, right next. And they wanted to produce to export here, and I showed them that their market, despite being small, but the consumption of fish is so good, they could worry about producing and selling internally. So within Latin America, there is a very low consumption of fish, and countries could increase their production for internal consumption. So Brazil today reverted. So Brazil exported shrimp during the 2000s. So exported 91% of their shrimp production, and 2% was internal market. Now it's the opposite. 98% is internal and 2% is exported. So now they went back to exporting just now. So we are a big importer of fish, more than $1.5 billion. Salmon is 100,000 tons of salmon, just salmon. So just giving you a general overview of the criteria if you want to export or if you want to import. So also about the current situation in the fishery sector. Like in several sectors, there was a huge increase in production costs. Basically, the case of agriculture when it comes to consumption of fish feed, and this made the price go up like crazy. So it's a very elevated cost right now. So a large amount of what companies started to do was to export. Now in Brazil, we already started to export tilapia, fillet, and now they're exporting shrimp again. There's lobster as well. So the criteria will depend on what's the idea of the company. You want to export or import, and what sort of product you have. Basically, today you export to the U.S. We have a restriction on exporting Brazilian fish to Europe due to several reasons, but it's what we have in a general manner of speaking to put forward. When it comes to internationalization of the fish sector, remembering that the ocean economy is much bigger in the fisheries sector. So, foreign trade likes to show numbers. So just so you know, we're the biggest state when it comes to exporting fish. So we have around 5% of everything exported. 5% is already on the fishing sector. Well remembered by Felipe, without being able to export to the European community. I think the first question is to solve this sanitary situation so we can access this other market. Another thing that caught attention of the ocean economy is we did not beat the peak of the ocean economy. So if you'll allow me, just these two matters here. Within the Chief Scientist program, we are working on methodology of measuring the contribution of agriculture towards GDP. That's the first and the single one. We're going to extrapolate this towards other activities of ocean economy. And one more thing, we are talking about importing or exporting fish to eat. I say that very soon we will be producing fish not to eat. We will continue to eat fish, but we will gain more money with biotechnology on fish. That's a skin, spine, mucus. Carotenoids, yes, that's true. Cool. Thank you, Felipe. So now, Sabadaya. What is Ceará is good at. The best thing of Ceará is the people of Ceará. I think so too. But what are we good at? Which allows us to have a competitive advantage towards internationalization. Well, first off, I like to thank Ceará Global. Creative economy is still a sector that we need to sort of fight for things to work out and schedule. And I'd say that Brazil has two matters that are very important when it comes to its cultural diversity and its environmental diversity. They have, we've sort of motivated these two areas, but these two areas are in this diversity feed, are what diversity sector is what feeds creative diversity. So Cartaxo showed a bit ago the career that was created only with the same knots that are created are that won the prize of the 24th São Paulo for design, and we have another guy from Ceará, Rafael Studart, who designed the Pope's chair when he arrived in Canada, and you also have other examples, other folks. So we have, and the secretary, you'll correct me if I say something wrong, but seventh real estate Brazilian summit. So I think we need to combine these things. If I'm not wrong, we produce more than 600 million clothing pieces per year, and I ask you, where is Brazilian creativity, which is incorporated in the sense of the gains on this article of clothing? I don't know. So, creative economy is this spear tip. This makes you think to internationalize. I understand the interest will be our diversity. It's what we have culturally, what we have environmentally, and as this can be transformed into products or exposed within our products. I think the big thing about creative economy is this, and as was said a minute ago by Catarina Lins. An example, Selena, it's internationalized artisanal work in Ceará as nobody has before in the state. I was in Sebrae, and we had this discussion. Had all city or recognized this? Yes, I don't know who performed this internationalization as Selena did, and we need to discuss this. So, the Porto may be the only company in Ceará may use their. I think our big strength is this: is to look for these connections. How do we have these combinations with industry, creative economy, as theater, as music, as cinema? It's a lot of things. Could be very close to commerce. They have fantastic interference on our gastronomics sector, and we actually need to show this. I think no foreigner wants nice to see anything. They're not gonna come in here to see the same things that he got over there, the same weather, the same food, same clothing. So, I'll bet on this cultural diversity is huge, and I say once again, it's an asset. And we are not using this asset right. We look at this asset and we do not use it just as we have had a hard time dealing with the environment. Very well said, Sabadaya. Social capital, as you said, is very expressive. It's more and more important. Nervous, I wanted to go back to your last discourse. As you said, adding to what Felipe said, that's what I wanted to talk about. When it comes to the indexes where we can follow through and measure the development of an internationalization process, what would be the indexes that we haven't set out to be able to have some sort of measurement in that sense? Well, where we had such good work done by FIAC. You know where I got this from? The last report of FIAC admitted every month they make data available from every commercial balance in Brazil. And it's amazing the details that we have here. If you don't analyze the report, here we know which country we export for, we know which country we import from, we know the municipality of the state that has and how much they participate within the international trade structures. So I'm sure, sure, we need to continue to be creative as Brazilians normally are. That's very true. And the combination of this creativity with this data analysis can allow for us to see things that other people do not see. For instance, when it comes to directing the Brazil-Argentina Chamber, I also have the privilege of being part of the Brazil-Ceará Chamber. Ceará specifically consume a lot of products from Argentina. You know, you're director of the chamber. And we import almost nothing from Argentina. So this data analysis, why are the products here on the shelves? They were imported from other states. This data analysis is key. FIAC is a key partner through Comex Stat. It's a site available. We have this data. Just to understand a bit more, Comex is horizontal. I have news here. Examine is not so current. It's about 8 months ago. Brazil could gain 3 times more exporting software than soy. Software also has a bent that is creativity. It's programs. It's a word. It has a chronology. It's programming, but it needs, because there's games. Games are growing. We talked about now. Cable talking yesterday about milliseconds. Think about it. The soy market. We're going towards numbers again. The soy market exported 43 million last year. Imagine if you could export triple that, creating solutions that we do not need overboard, because Brazil, what really bothered foreign trade was transportation costs that increased, product costs increased a lot. So that is a lot to do with creative economy. Yes, so when we talk about creative economy, we talk a lot about originality, but internationalization is not a single, it's not just a single hand road. It's very important. The hydrogen market is very clear that we have here is a young market in Brazil, Ceará, but it may inspire other more mature markets that we have in Germany, for instance. To what you have currently, quotations for development of the market, of the hydrogen market here. Good question, Igor. I like to have another minute here because the prior question, I forgot to mention the joint work, a preliminary study. Me, Dr. Picanso, and Luis Moraes, and we elaborate this preliminary canvas. We will submit it to the Chamber of Energy, and we'll send a proposal for a DES. And then we realized in the preliminary study, we forgot to cite the people of Ceará. The people of Ceará are one of a kind, and they are a resource. We're focusing a lot on physical resources. We're not talking about the people of the state. We can the evidence of the people of Ceará in ITA and IME, the main tests, the main SAT, Brazil, they get pretty good scores. Another aspect, the state is in the event center, a very large event center, whereas Dr. Maya Jr., you could put the main entities. It focuses on investments. It is an investor. On the events center, it's cited as well. The events themselves can have 2 large events now on the 21st and 22nd of September for energy. It's going to be a energy transition event 21st and 22nd of September, and 23 and 24 of November. We got Expo Log. Both of them are sponsored by FIEC, our supporters, and FIEC is our Dr. Ricardo Cavalcante is an enthusiast of the energy subject. But answering your question within the chambers, so we right. That's another piece of equipment that is very notable. People said, it's a lot of stuff there. So here's the thing. We have a few factors. It's going to have a very strong demand for green hydrogen on a world level. So I think a few factors. It could be challenges for us. Amplification of the energy program. It was the passing, but it's wind energy and solar energy that will come from the ocean or from landlines. We need more transmission. So this will be the challenges that we have. The other one is a roadmap for green hydrogen. In Brazil, we have national publications that a lot of the time they cite Brazil due to Ceará. But the federal government, we understand that it has a national plan for hydrogen, is more explicit for green hydrogen. For wind energy in the ocean, Ceará. And green hydrogen to be competitive. We need low cost availability of internal resources for financing. Even this has problems to finance green hydrogen, but we need actually for research and development. We have several researches, several possibilities. We need to reference labs on green hydrogen. So we have that is being went through, but the important thing is that the entrepreneur that puts their money down believed, and we're gonna get there. At the end of the year, we'll have the first green hydrogen molecule in Ceará. It's a pilot project from EDP and Bessing. We hope that in 2024, 2025, we'll be able to have production of large-scale hydrogen here in Ceará. So Minas Gerais, that'll be it. Great. I will ask if you could put up the next slide for the canvas, please. Our AV guys. I don't know if you guys realize, but we are going through all the canvas topics. All the canvas topics, we're going through them from which company it is, which market we're going for, our advantages, and all these aspects we have in the canvas. We have gone through all these points. Next question, we are focusing on each point. The canvas is made specifically for each directive. We can approach all of that. We can extrapolate all of that. Keep going. So you can see the goal, resources, interested parties, and now, Felipe, we're going to talk about subject 9, which is cost structure, in the same manner as you did last time. You can take one of the vectors, and you're going to talk about the main things in this vector. You talked about fish. We're going to talk about fish again. What are the main costs we need to pay attention to for this to be competitive in the internationalization process? All right, great. So I'm not going to go technically to elaborate on another segment. My career after 30 years was in aquaculture and the fishery sector, but specifically aquaculture, which is fish farming. So first off, if we want to internationalize, we need to be efficient, and that's has to do with internal costs, and these days we are not very efficient. The Brazil cost is still high. The Brazil cost is high as any sector. It's not Brazil cost. There was this huge increase in production costs for feed. That is the basis of it. 60% of the cost of agriculture is feed, fish feed. So that's an activity that's very dependent on supplies. And with the increase, with a dollar increasing price, increasing costs for energy and labor, now we have three production models in the sector. It's a cooperative sector in Paraná is doing very well. We got tilapia meat from a cooperative in Paraná, billionaire cooperative here in Ceará, and we, the ones that produce tilapia here, we are the biggest consumer and we're buying from out of state. So the increase in costs was too much. It made it inefficient. Large companies, they have higher scale, and because of that, they can export. Most of Brazil can't. Shrimp is in the same lousy situation. We have 10 to 13 big shrimp companies. They started to export. They are involved in a association. Their HQ is in Ceará. We have the biggest producer in the country, so we're back to exporting. But the first thing is being careful with the operational costs, especially feed, energy, and labor. Then we need to modernize the activity. That's what we're trying to do in the Chief Scientist Program, modernize to increase productivity, diversifying production. We are working with fish, garopa, which is the market price is 30 reais. The exporting price is $15, and we are in the process of training. Let's say we are developing the farm. For almost 10 months, we've been testing this fish here, and there is a private interest. So why? Because tilapia was 7, 8 reais. Garopa was 30. If you export it, then you get $15. It's a worldwide fish. You can consume this fish in the whole world, so it's a different strategy. When it comes to internationalization costs, it's going to vary a lot as well. People tend to, they want concrete answers. Okay, so how much does it cost to internationalize my company? I was talking to Igor. Well, it'll cost $10,000. It's a simple process. It's going to cost 20, 50 grand. Depends on what you want. It's what you want, what kind of internationalization you want for your company. What is the business? Is it the fish sector or not? My recommendation is that this must be done very carefully. First step is planning. What do you want? And where do you want to get to? And that's when you do the planning, and then you identify the costs. That's an essential point. So I apologize if you wanted to say, what are the costs? I'm not going to have the goal to tell you what the costs are if I don't know. All right? That's a very interesting to say. The canvas is for this planning. The idea we discussed with Romulo is that we will have meetings with you guys so that we can go further in depth. Joaquin, he already went pretty in depth and effectively. Well, he sort of set up a pretty advanced canvas. He forgot about the Ceará side, but the first subject we need to. That's what I was going to suggest as a final recommendation because we are working on it. The identification of these costs within Scientist in Chief program. So very quickly, you know why he can't answer that question for the cost structure. For instance, yesterday there was a new cost that came up for those that want to export cost to Brazil. To the Mucuripe board. Yesterday we were called to a meeting. My associates were there. And starting from now, if because of the infiltration of drug traffic in fish exports, every single fish container that goes from Mucuripe port that have a visualization in the scanner of anything strange, that container must be taking 2% to be opened, and the percent structure, then it will go back on the container of the ship that leaves Mucuripe. Put that on the account that wasn't there before. So that's the kind of thing that will be coming up that makes it this point 9. Felipe will say, I don't want to answer because I can't. That is true. Well, okay, everybody, I don't know about the public sector, but the economy and a chamber as a whole. But within an org, a private organization, 87% of company failures are due to internal management. You can blame the economy, you can blame red tape, you can blame anything, competitors, tech changes. It's because internally it did not reflect on things. I don't know if it happens in the chamber, something like that. not having this deep reflections to that, because we need to know what are the future signs in this new economy. We have what we need to anticipate future signs. The signs are there for us to tell what's coming, to bring forth the signs so we can
Normalmente funciona.
anticipate what's yet to come. So, if it's like this. If it's successful, it's because of the entrepreneur. If it fails, it's because of the government. Our tilapia here is a serious example. It was a success case, and now it's a case of failure. John Kennedy used to say, success has several parents. Failure is always an orphan. Failure is always parentless. Sabadia, final question. We're almost done. So, what does Ceará do well, and how can we take this to the market? What kind of change is necessary for our companies to be able to meet this international market's needs? You're talking about coconut water. That's our client. And coconut water, there is a store in Miami and this internationalization process, but with this Brazilness, this creativity, as Elia says very well, using all the creativity, textiles, everything is different effectively. This creativity. Say, we are from Ceará, and we are proud to show it to the world that we are from Ceará. Like Havaiana sandals managed to get it done, and it is fancy to wear Havaianas. I remember when I was in Guatu, I said these were Japanese sandals that they were lame, and now they're cool all over the world. Imagine if Liana can say in her store, international store, that every production of hers is made with green hydrogen, with zero carbon. So I wanted to try to answer your question, have a small parable. Imagine if we, back in the 80s, in the 90s, and what we're doing here, a discussion about tourism. Back in the 80s and the 90s, people would arrive and say, said, I must invest in tourism. Tourism, when you look outwards into other countries, you say, well, that sort of balances the GDP. You can do that here as well. And back during the 80s and the 90s, people would look to the government, look to the Northeastern Bank of Brazil, and they didn't get anything back from their investments. Colonel Massey said that tourism would truly be what it is today and in Ceará. Back then, it was a sexual exploitation in tourism. Today, creative economy is tourism back in the 80s and 90s. We look outwards. We look to Australia. We look to England. And, okay, this works out there. So, yeah, it generates income. We do not have it here. So today, the sectorial chamber of creative economy is connected to a DESI. So that's what our relation
se dá através da Secretaria
with the government is through the Secretariat of Culture. And I'm afraid, because I say that when dogs have two owners, they may die of hunger. So we need to solve this issue. We need to bring a predator within the economy of creative economy. You need to think with the state, with the City Hall of Fortaleza, which work with a lot of strength, who said that Sabrai, which invested on it, received the chance. The name of Fortaleza, Creative City of Design, who went into a circuit that was quite restrictive as cities. We are a large window. What are we doing with that? Remember that old song, anything may happen, even nothing. So we have that. It's a very comprehensive manner which we, as I said first, we are pushing from one side or the other, because we have no issues as we have today, but we want to be different. We want to be thought of in a different manner, understanding that we will balance the GDP of Ceará for less time, more time. I have no doubts about that. Energy Council, zero carbon. You're going to have a product that is one of a kind. For instance, we have now a filming commission which has the function of attracting films to be run here in Ceará. So it's a whole setup. But that's what we have. We need this produtora for creativity. We need the investment banks to have more information. Cartaxo presented a number of some numbers, but they are all based on secondary data. We have no research in the sector of creative economy with primary data. Why? Because it's expensive. We also need to invest there. Because just trying to place ourselves when it comes to percentage within the Ceará GDP is we can get some sort of relevance, you know. So that's it. We still have a lot to do, and tourism is a good thing to run after. So I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think that maybe we forgot an asset we didn't mention. Me, as a man from Ceará, I'm very proud. I didn't use a lot, but now I use a lot. And very soon, I'm going there to this asset, which is Beira-Mar, the beachfront, which I think a few coast cities have a beachfront like we do. Our beachfront is great. Well, I wanted to thank our panels. I'd like to thank Romulo, Eugenio, PSV as an invitation. And I leave this panel a smarter man because I learned a lot. Better off than when I came in. And I made some new friends. Old friends, right? Because you remember back good days, but also new friends. And we met here this afternoon. So, guys, it was great being here. And I hope we contributed something. I'll pass the mic to Igor so you can also finish it. But thank you. It was great for me. It was great. Oh, great. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for this invitation. I know Friday at night it's a pretty rough spot, but I'm thankful to everybody here in the panel and the audience because you're here with us. So thank you very much.
Salva de palmas para os
round of
nossos
applause
painelistas.
for our
Realmente a
friends
concorrência, Igor, na
at the
sexta-feira
panel.
é um pouco dura, mas eu tenho certeza que hoje nós
Friday
estamos
night,
fazendo uma
it's a
troca
rough
muito
spot,
boa, estando
but
aqui no
we
Ceará
are
Global
having a good
2022, acompanhando essas discussões de extrema importância, de extrema relevância para todos nós. Vou convidá-los para virem aqui à frente fazer a nossa foto oficial. Aliás, cadê o nosso fotógrafo oficial? Lá vem o fotógrafo oficial. Vamos lá, sexta-feira.
So let's go, Friday.
Falar em sexta-feira. Ainda não sextou, viu, Rogério? Ainda tem as fotos aqui. E nós vamos já para o nosso painel de encerramento excelente, que vocês vão adorar.
We're going to have
one
more panel.
Antes da gente chamar o painel,
one last panel,
mais uma vez,
closure panel.
Nossos agradecimentos, mas
You
vamos
will
lá,
love
vamos
it.
pegar os nossos artistas aí.
And,
Salva de palmas, gente, para Hermes
round of
Monteiro,
applause to Hermes Monteiro, Luiz Carlos Sabadia, Eduardo Gomes de Matos, Felipe Matias, Joaquim Rolim and Igor Gonçalves.
Turma que mandou muito bem
These
nesse
guys
nosso painel,
that
importantíssimo. Obrigado, gente. Pedir para nós retornarmos, para nós começarmos agora o nosso último painel. Vou pedir antes para a nossa produção. Precisamos deixar registrado mais uma vez, antes de encerrarmos o nosso evento, nossos agradecimentos, porque sem nossos patrocinadores e apoiadores, nós não teríamos conseguido realizar o nosso Ceará Global. Nossos patrocinadores, a Prefeitura Municipal de Fortaleza.
City Hall Fortaleza.
Vamos lá para a gente colocar aqui o nosso letreirozinho aqui dos nossos patrocinadores. Eu vou acompanhando aqui na tela.
Let me follow the screen with the names of the sponsors.
Pronto, Prefeitura Municipal de
City Hall Fortaleza,
FIEC SESI
Ceará, Sebrae, BSPA,
a PSV Advogados,
PSV Law Firm,
o apoio institucional da Unifor Universidade de Fortaleza, o apoio da AECIP, da Termaco, da TECER, Terminais Portuários, TBTMC, Terminal Multimodal de Cargas, a Unilink, a APM Terminals, o Grupo Fornecedora, Grupo Cordeiro, Ecovalor e ESG Now.
ESG
Nosso
Now,
mídia partner, o
our media
grupo O
partner,
Povo de Comunicação.
O
Uma
Povo.
salva de palmas para os nossos
So a round of applause
patrocinadores,
to our sponsors,
parceiros e apoiadores
partners and
que tornaram
supporters in
viável o
general
nosso Ceará Global.
that made viable our
Gente, estamos
event.
quase chegando ao
We're
final, mas
almost
nós
in the end,
decidimos dar presente
but
para
we
vocês, que é o
decided to give
encerramento
you
do nosso Ceará Global com
a
um painel
gift.
importantíssimo.
So with the
Vários dos
closure
nossos
of our
temas
Ceará
giraram, né, em
Global
torno de
panel,
negócios de
lots of
impacto na
themes
economia do mar, da economia
have been around
criativa,
the
da
ocean
transição
economy,
energética,
creative
grandes
economy,
personalidades de
energy
relevância.
transition
E
with
nós vamos
great
encerrar esse painel
personalities.
com um tema
And we'll
que é
finalize
Fortaleza,
with the
a
theme
metrópole
that
do
is
Atlântico
Fortaleza,
Sul conectada com o
the
mundo.
South Atlantic
Tem
metropolis
vinheta aí, pessoal?
connected to the world.
Vinhetinha dessa vez não vou
Fortaleza.
Quero chamar aqui para compor o painel, convidar aqui nossas
I'd like to
palestrantes,
call in
senhora
our
Águeda
lecturers,
Muniz,
Mrs.
diretora
Águeda
executiva da
Muniz,
Serrolim
Executive
Engenharia.
Director with Ceará
Pode subir. E a nossa querida
Engenharia,
Joana Nogueira, coordenadora
estate
executiva da
developer.
Assessoria de Assuntos Institucionais da Prefeitura Municipal de
and
Fortaleza.
representative
Nosso querido
from City
vice-prefeito
Hall
Elcio Batista
Fortaleza,
teve um problema de agenda,
our
não conseguiu.
Vice
E a Joana vai
Mayor
fazer a
Elcio
apresentação
Batista
junto com a Águeda,
sends Mrs.
que vai
Joana
conduzir esta conversa
to
maravilhosa para nós
perform,
encerrarmos
this
o nosso Ceará Global
presentation
2022.
for
É o nosso
the-
querido Cliff
for the
Vilar,
closure.
diretor corporativo do Grupo
And
de
to
Comunicação O
mediate
Povo.
our
Cliff,
dear
por favor.
Cliff Villar from O Povo newspaper.
Dessa vez, para eu não
So
levar
this
cada
time,
pela questão do tempo,
you
eu vou deixar o
know,
tempo aberto
I
para
will
vocês. Nós
leave
temos o painel com o
the time
tempo aberto,
open to
Cliff,
you,
e
so
você
we
vai
have a
controlando
panel
com as
with
nossas queridas
open time
palestrantes,
for
ok?
1 hour, and you can control as you like. The floor is yours. Afternoon. I would like to thank for the invitation. So, Grupo O Povo, Povo Group is a partner for Ceará Global, and for us, it's motive to be very proud, and on behalf of O Povo, to mediate this panel here with these two ladies. So, Ceará Global has been an axis of international business attraction. As a proof of concept, we have partnerships with Asian, African, and other regions, partnerships in renewable energy, industry, tourism, trade in general. And we have special lenses, like one of them is the ocean economy, opening lots of tracks with opportunities. And Fortaleza and Ceará, they become a place for dialogue, a place for connection amongst academia, civil society, public power, etc. And it's only possible because we carry a legacy of great planners before. Since the first government of former Mayor Virgílio Távora, Plan has been the big bang, providing a great leap for the state. And now we have two executives, two professionals from various sectors, from the market and from public management in Ceará. So Joana and Águeda, let's do it, right? Good evening. So it will be a great pleasure. Well, the final session is always very difficult, but let's try. Well, there's a saying that God made the world, and the Dutch made Netherlands. So is Ceará work from its people? Yes, from people from Ceará is a work from people from Ceará and from other people from abroad and from the other parts of Brazil. So the migrants, of the, the, um, the migrants from any time, they are always contributing. Mr. Romulo, for example, Mr. Romulo here from Portugal to Ceará, so he makes part of the process, and it's part of the process to aggregate, to receive, and to grow with others' knowledge. So it's a set of configurations, and that's why Ceará is always leading in some. It's always leading in some aspects because Ceará is very open. I would say that Ceará is a work of people from here, native from here, and from abroad, and then people who became almost native. And now, after the globalization phenomenon, after we've opened ourselves to the world, so we are much more made by everyone. And the theme for this lecture, so a South Atlantic metropolis connected to the world. So Fortaleza became a node. So you have Bilbao, Paris, Barcelona, Sao Paulo, and you have Fortaleza. Why not? We are a node in this network of global cities. We have characteristics of a global city. And I think Fortaleza was not a work, is a work of people from here and people from everywhere due to this global process, this contemporary work, etc., made by various people. Joanna mentioned diversity, and as we turn global and Fortaleza become work of several and various people, we can show our differential. Yes, and not, well, we have new people, right? New Cearenses. Joanna, when we talk about Fortaleza, we talk about infrastructure, we talk about our geography, our logistics, but we've also associate quality of life, which are the main attributes that can transform Fortaleza, that can make Fortaleza to be this great hub, this South Atlantic metropolis. So these days we can work from everywhere. Pandemic brought the concept called anywhere office. You can be anywhere working. And would you like to work by the beach? Would you like to work in a city featuring 28 Celsius degrees, 360 days in the world? Because we have all our days are sunny days. We have a very favorable climate, and it makes people to be here, to want to be here, just because of this. And then we have a series of infrastructures made by the public power, and allowing us to have a public education of quality, public transportation of quality, having a traffic mesh with various models. We can ride our bicycles today. And who doesn't want to participate in this zero carbon footprint, right? We have cultural infrastructure being created in the city. We have 16 optic fiber cables. So we have these technological networks. So your computer will work, your internet will work by the beach, and you can trade in, trade off, import, export. You know, looking at the sea. New York, for example, as people freeze in New York in some months of the year. So in Fortaleza, you can get a plane and be in Miami in 6 hours, in Lisbon in 6 hours, and Paris in 9 hours, 6 hours in Luanda, maybe briefly reaching Qatar or Dubai, and then to China. And the world is just a village. And Fortaleza features these good geographical um, localization, so beach, temperature, so provided by God. And we just need to work a little bit more and to be to be worth of it, right? Ageda, you have experience in the private sector, in the public sector. So you have these lenses from the two sides of the counter. So how do you see these investors from the point of view of the local entrepreneurs? What is the great differential in a city like Fortaleza, of a city like ours? So, if you allow me to say, I will report the features of our city. So, talking about territory, we are a city almost plain, almost 100% plain. And when we look at the city's map and we look at the environment, the natural environment, it's very well distributed through the city. We are the greatest economy in the northeastern region of Brazil since 2018. In 2013, we were third place after Salvador and Recife. And with all the investments you've mentioned, you know, you've mentioned something interesting that Ceará and Fortaleza, we and well, I don't know if you are aware, but Fortaleza has been very well planned, a planned city. If you assess Fortaleza through the lenses of the best practices in the urbanization laws, we are just step by step, you know, complying with almost everything. And you've mentioned the former governor Virgílio Távora, but we've had other management, other terms, other governors practicing planning. So we have this culture of planning towards economic development. So check. And besides, Joanna mentioned we are 6 hours from Lisbon by flight. And I went to the south of Brazil, inside Brazil, Joinville, in the southern region of Brazil. 9 hours, so it's easier to get to Lisbon. So Fortaleza has these characteristics. So we have a great opportunity. We are the hub for the optic fiber cables, the logic cables, undersea. We are a node, so we are the point of data transfer. So a hub of connections, and this is very, very important. And close to this hub, we have this territory in the Praia do Futuro beach, a borough in Fortaleza that could be Palo Alto, Brazilian Palo Alto, from California. You have these, and the Silicon Valley in California, United States. So you have a strong business environment. You have a city that is planned. You have commerce, services, leisure, and you have a strong industry that is the industry of technology. So our city offers great opportunities for the private sector. And I will now establish a mark. Legal safety, legal security. That's not a Fortalezas or Ceará issue. So legal security, it's a Brazilian issue. So environment. I've been the environmental secretary for a while, and people need to understand what matters the most regarding our natural environment. many times, and I always say, so sorry for being too long, but I would like to spread lots of messages, right? So we have a saying that what is not well used will never be respected. So restrictions won't guarantee our ecosystems protection. We need to make people to use, because we have our cocoa park. Cocoa park here, from people say, from the rich, from the well-being boroughs, or the well-served boroughs. So people care because they use. So what is public equipments that are not used, they won't be respected. And our enforcement laws, our law framework, besides, they do not offer a legal security for the public manager and for the entrepreneurs. Instead of protecting our legal insecurity, it generates invasions, illegal occupations. It generates a lot of sues and claims for the public managers and for the entrepreneurs. And I'm talking about a Brazilian issue, okay? Legal insecurity. And legal insecurity all over. We have lots of rules that we don't have. And for example, or that we have confusing. For example, a tender, and a tender by the city hall for an engineer or an architect, they need to be enrolled with their professional council, all the portfolio. And when we talk to a Portuguese or Italian architect and engineer, so it doesn't worth it to my CV, and they just don't believe. So our tender and bidding rules are loaded with red tape, and it's difficult to sell Brazil, because of this. And the public management, so we can provide planning, projects, and we can provide a management towards just starting to be based in the principles of the private management. But most of all, we need to provide security, the greatest gap in Brazil, in order to Brazil to be leveraged, to be boosted, visible, attractive. It passes through legal security. Indeed, fundamental. So Agata talked about creativity, right? And also she talked about to embrace the public places, to have this sense of belonging. And I would like you to explain what does it mean this to our city and all the opportunities, because I think that's a very important agenda for the city hall management, and not only for the city hall management, but for the city and the citizens. This is a theme that we want. So we want the city we want to establish the sense of belonging. So Fortaleza has been awarded by UNESCO in 2019 as a creativity city. So we are amongst 200 cities in the world. In Brazil, 12 cities, 7 languages. And UNESCO understands as creative cities, languages. Fortaleza, and Brasilia, and Curitiba are creative cities of design. We have Fortaleza, Recife, Salvador, João Pessoa. All those are creative design cities. We want the city to embrace this project. It's for the city, and for this I would like to show you a video, so 1-minute video about creative design cities. And that's it.
Somos escultura, poesia, Somos couro, moda e gastronomia. Somos algodão, fibras e arte. Somos terra, pessoas e luta. Vento, vela, tela. Fortaleza cria na escassez. Um dragão no mar, um farol que guia. O encontro de culturas. Comércio, troca, intercâmbio. Fortaleza é instigada. É diversa. É grafitada. Pedala. Tempera. Não para. Se somos cerâmica, é porque também somos mangue e rio. Seco, cheio, arado, argila. Aprendemos a ser resistentes. Ensinamos o mundo a ser resilientes. Assim Fortaleza foi desenhada, com água, sal e luz. Fortaleza é cidade criativa. Fortaleza é cidade mundial do design.
So, this is Fortaleza, bold. Bold Fortaleza, and we want Fortaleza to be creative in design. So design is a cross-cutting language. We have fashion, gastronomy, web designer, we have urban design. We have a great potential to be developed. It's an inclusive language as well. We have design in the poor boroughs, and we make available. We make youngsters understand that design is not for rich people. It's not only shopping malls matter. Yes, design can transform our lives. So, City Hall Fortaleza has lots of initiatives like this, like Juventude Digital, so digital for youngsters. And we have ceramic panels workshop. And in our schools we have Costurando o Futuro, that is Sewing the Future, for productive inclusion of women through fashion. And well, an opportunity. And it's not a title. It's not a title for the city hall, right? It's a title for the city, for the civil society, and the civil society need to embrace this award. So this is a logo made by the city. It's inspired in a beam, in an old beam. So a light guiding us. We want people to feel, to embrace this brand and make people understand the presence of the design, and we need to may we keep this award for some more years. It will be renewed or not in 2024. And we need to get in contact with other cities, 250 cities, Shanghai, Barcelona, Buenos Aires, Saint Etienne, Sofia, so various and several cities. And Fortaleza is amongst them. And another pathway to converse with other cities. So that's it. Fortaleza is bold and fashion. So we've mentioned the beam. We have our poultry, traditional poultry. That's all. The beam are the lights for the sea. And Joanna presented the design, and I was thinking this design, it builds bridges, right? It can decrease inequalities. Because we don't know, we can't address inequalities without education. So Ceará is a reference, nationally speaking, in terms of quality of its public education. And obviously, when I state Ceará, well, Fortaleza is part of Ceará, etc., and vice versa. And at which extension education is important for the manpower, for the capacity building on our manpower, for um, uh, to Fortaleza to highlight amongst other cities. Well, when we state Fortaleza is Ceará, and Fortaleza and Ceará are highlighting in the Brazilian educational scenario. Well, obviously we recognize this. We are nice, quite nice in terms of Brazil, but we have gaps. We have the periphery gaps. We have this gap between the poor boroughs and the rich boroughs. I have a sister. I have a sister of 40 years old. She's from the 80s. For example, she doesn't know, certain venues in the downtown that I know, and she doesn't know because she's been raised differently than me. So a gap, it's an educational gap. So people only, people they grow within their own boroughs. Mainly if they are rich, they just get in the rich boroughs. And I can do an analogy with the metaverse. So the relationships are virtual. The businesses are made in the virtual environment. So currencies, and in these 6 last months, so people are talking a lot about cryptocurrencies and digital currencies and businesses in the digital world. So the real estate market, for example, is experiencing a new boom, and the real estate sales procedures are changing radically. You have a tokenization, for example, inside the real estate market, and the gaps are still increasing because it's not only about the basic education. So you have lots of types of illiteracy. You have the classic illiteracy, but you have other illiteracies, for example, digital illiteracy, etc. And that's so digital illiteracy, because during the pandemic, government distributed mobile devices. Well, it's not about the device, it's the essence, the concept. It's what you're telling these youngsters. So I'm very concerned, actually, because it's important to know that we are the best in Brazil. Okay, I accept that, but that's not the end, and that's not all. Because we have a gap, I like yours. I like this expression you've mentioned, gap. We have this great gap, and so the digital literacy, citizenship literacy. If we've had an education based on the 17 SDGs or based on the ESG concepts that coming from the SDGs, bottom line, we would see a change of concept. It's not what about. It's not only about educational guidelines from the government. I've worked with education as well in my background. So we see, for example, college in Brazil, 5 years of college. Ask around the youngsters. They don't want to pay 5 years of tuition in the college to get what? And then I graduated, so what? So it's very important. We need to review the concept of education we have in Brazil. It's not about PhDs and MSCs and BSCs and everything else. Sometimes we have academics very well trained, but they are training students that are not prepared to the market, to the job market. So we have this gap between the middle class and the higher classes, and the biggest gap amongst them with the poor boroughs, and our lack of technological education, our lack of citizenship education and environmental education. So, okay, with the basic things, we are the number one in Brazil, but we need to fly higher because, well, I'm very optimistic, but when I think about the educational gap, I get concerned because the world is way ahead of us. So we, in terms of technology, mainly speaking. Wow, Joanna, so a very profound reflection. And let me tease you about something. Well, we talk a lot about education, and Fortaleza has a strong characteristic, right? Well, if you talk in the south of Brazil, São Paulo, for example, oh, I'm going to Fortaleza, and folks would say, wow, we're going to Fortaleza, wow, how nice. And for example, Fortaleza is much more attractive than Recife for the people of São Paulo. That's my perception. But I think we need to aggregate more, maybe more than tourism. And we need to be a city that we can seek for connections. I think this is a great asset, the asset of the inequalities reduction, a great asset like our natural assets. So I would like you to talk about the public equipments and public equipments in our beachfront, the sidewalk, so-called beira-mar, and how can our touristic facilities can be inclusive to our local citizens? Yes, like you've mentioned, the beachfront beira-mar, it's beira-mar from all to all for all, and then it's very important for the creative design, UNESCO creative design. We have Fortaleza Digital, the digital training for youngsters to teach them languages for programming for poor youngsters. So they need to acknowledge that technology is possible for them. A youngster in a poor borough, but with a computer and with an internet connection, they need to think that it's possible. We know that these practitioners, these IT professionals, they do not even need a graduation level. They can quickly enter into the market if they're good. And tomorrow we'll have a great festival from digital literacy for youngsters, our project. For example, in this festival, we'll put together the youngsters, the trained youngsters and companies. So tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in the event center of Ceará. And we have in Beira-Mar all the entrepreneurs trained by the Economic Development Secretariat and Management, and they will be trained in English. We have a project called Fortaleza, Multilingual Fortaleza. Our idea is to transform Fortaleza in a city that speaks French, Spanish, English, and also receiving the foreign investors. We'll have a pilot in Beira-Mar for the Beira-Mar entrepreneurs. And because these people in the beachfront, people who sells everything, who sells art crafts and food, they are the first to receive our tourists, right? So we have several fronts. And all these fronts being approached with creativity. We understand that formal education is all right. It's important. The basic education is it's the basis, right? Because the problem of inequality. So the youngsters they are dropping out. So for example, when they are 15 or 16, they look at them and they look at their reality and they only see a vicious cycle, and then they enter the criminal factions and they turn into criminals. But we've assessed it, we've identified this pattern, and we are seeing some ways out. We have the full-time schools. For example, Fortaleza has this year achieved the greatest number of enrollments in the full-time school. So you get the youngsters out of the streets and you give them the opportunity to be full day at school, studying about entrepreneurship and other things. We need to create a vision. If you do not put a vision on the youngsters' heads, you have no future. And we are very concerned about the youngsters and also about the opportunities in this very quick world we have nowadays, and we are trying to keep up with this quick world and with the best pace we can, despite the red tape we have in the public sector. But we're trying to approach the problem through several solutions and try to reduce that gap you've mentioned. Fortaleza is an unequal city, and we're trying to reduce those inequalities. The Deputy Mayor Elcio Batista, that I am representing here, he is identifying a laboratory to identify and to map where we need to act with more power, trying to decrease the size of this gap you've mentioned. So it's difficult, but we need to be attentive and seeking for the opportunities, and we are always open to learn and to work. Interesting. So, Ageda, you've been in the public sector once, now you are in the private sector. So let's talk about your current role in the private sector. For example, the classical vision of a company is to be profitable, right? But these concepts change during time. You have, for example, the real estate developers. They are working on public spaces, investing in public spaces as compensation, and they're giving the society some leisure areas, etc. And I've seen some projects about construction site education. So, and talking about the manpower training. For example, the youngsters from the poor boroughs, they do not want to reproduce their fathers' roles in the society. For example, they do not want to be waiters. They do not want to be doormans. Okay, it's okay to be a doorman, a waiter, but these poor youngsters, they want to have opportunities, alternatives. And you, as a private executive nowadays, how do you see this new role of the private initiative? And then, if I am a foreign investor and I find this environment, and the first environment I see, obviously, is the private environment. Do you think we are getting mature, or do you think this is very, very and we are in the very beginning of this new process. So what's the role of the private sector for Fortaleza to be a big South metropolis? Well, if we get the international references aiming to the sustainable development, to reducing inequalities, as in other words, SDGs, and all the practices coming from the SDGs, it's very clear the role of the shared responsibility. We make part of a network called Comunitas. We support city halls, administrations in middle cities in Brazil. And we've been discussing public and private partnerships, either in urban operations, either in technological innovation. And I believe that the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, or the market participation in the city, the market understood they need to make part of the city. But what I think it's important to the society to understand is that the market is not the villain. And when you see a youngster, you know, some youngsters, they talk, well, the market is the villain, and they're always interested. They think the private sector has always an agenda, and that's not true, completely true. The market, the entrepreneur market, there's a statement from Hélio Beltrão from the 1980s, that, well, when people would go to the public sector to get some document or they needed to prove they were not dishonest. Then we need to seek for, and it's very important in these days, the private sector need to seek for credibility. You know, for example, it's mutual trust. We need to seek for mutual trust, and we, the private sector, we need more credibility. And companies are they need to be inserted, and our office today, they have more women than men. Our office and where I work, it's okay, but we need to. But it's not only about numbers. And civil construction is punished because, oh, people think that real estate developers, we are destroying the environment. It's not like that. I work for a real estate developer, and we've recovered an area in the Cocoa Park. We've planted 40,000 seedlings, and I saw the process happening. I saw an area full of garbage, totally the soil without any plant, any trees, and now I've seen the transformation. So 40,000 seedlings planted, and now the area is under recovery. And I'm talking only about the real estate sector, but it's not only this. It seems that we can see this in all over the industries. We work with a program called Mutirão do Bem, so voluntary charity. Each 4 months we organize like a church fair for one of our employees, and we have these voluntary charity movement for one of our employees, and then we clean, and then we buy some furniture and gadget they need. And I think public offices and society always, so this lack of trust, you know. I don't. You've mentioned sides. I don't think we have sides anymore. We only have one side, and we have this. We're just going towards the only side possible. We. I think this better world will raise from these transformations. So we are doing lots of things, but we need to have openness from both parties. And if I am a private, if I am a private entrepreneur and I want to adopt a square, and if the public sector do not trust me because of that, so it doesn't make sense anymore. You know, we need to trust each other. That's the message, and each day more is a duty from the private sector to be part of the society. Private sectors, they have the resources. I think the public power nowadays has, how can I say, an overburden of procedures. You know, I'm talking about tax excess. So the fiscal policies are hard to the private sector, but the public sector is also has a narrow street, you know, to ride, a narrow road to ride in terms of payment and resources. Everything is very tied and very ruled and very, you know, difficult to operate. And I'm sure that the private sector and the best practices in the public sector, so they are focusing, you know, in an toward. They're focusing on another horizon. I think these practices, so we need to have more participation of the private sector in the society. But I think in the society, in the public administrations, they need to be more open. So nice, Joanna, right? To listen to all this, and let's talk about the ocean economy. Let's talk about this huge opportunity. And what's your vision, personal vision, as a manager, and also the vision from the City Hall for this great opportunity that opened through all the cross-cutting segments? We're talking about ocean economy in a city that well, historically, so Brazil turned its back to the sea for a while, and Fortaleza grew, you know, not looking to the sea. So we have some houses in the Praia de Iracema, a borough by the sea, a coastal borough. So the oldest houses, the entrance door, were not built looking to the sea. The opposite. So this thing of living in front of the sea, it's a new thing from the 20th century. And we have this historically in our foreign policy. And Fortaleza turned its back to this on the sea. and we need to hurry up and to recover the time we lost, not understanding that the sea was full of opportunities, and not only about shrimps and lobsters. We have these more specific issues about fishing and environment. And in the 2040 economy, the long-term planning, we have this ocean economy approach, but we need to get it more prioritized. And the Economic Development Secretariat, day after day, we are working a little bit more. And for the moment, we are just considering the Beira-Mar, the beachfront, only for leisure. But we are working on projects to induce people to practice Nordic sports, and we have the ports also. And Fortaleza is working with siblings cities, twin cities in Portugal and other countries to cultural interchange, and we need to explore the internal part, all the minerals that we have in the sea, and always concerned with the environment. And it's not only about the money, we need to. The City Hall is working with all the SDGs, for example, reduction of inequalities, and we've been working within all the secretariats to think about the SDGs, including gender issues, the maritime life, the ground lives, all the lives matter. And when you grow in the complexity, so from SDG 1 to 17, so you see, and Fortaleza is benchmarking with other cities, trying to participate in public notices to receive investments and then to apply to in these public notices from abroad. And the ocean economy is one of the concerns we have. And well, in a subtle way, but in some points we are growing stronger. And inside the creative economy and this design city, because we are light. We, as the poetry says, we are light. We are salt, forged in the sea. Agada, what Joanna is saying is very interesting. And now I have maybe an unusual question here. We from Ceará, during centuries, we've been migrating. For example, the Brazilian state of Acre. Acre is formed by our grandparents that migrated there. You have other states, and for example, we've had lots of governors in other states with origins here in our state of Ceará. When Joanna talks about creative cities and ocean economy, we are talking about a different flux or flow of migration, right? Well, in the past, we left Ceará, and now, so we are staying and receiving people coming to Ceará. So in the past, we left. Now we sometimes we go abroad, but for other reasons. For example, we internationalize some companies, and So our companies, they are going and they are going international, and it's okay. But this panel, for example, is linked to this, to is connected. Ceará Global is about receiving people from abroad, right? How do you see this counterflow, this positive counterflow? So looking to the history, well, I think now we have a challenge to Joana. Fortaleza is the design creativity city, the city of light, etc. But now Fortaleza shall be the the best Brazilian city to the digital nomads. So, for example, Lisbon. So Lisbon, if I'm not mistaken, is the best city in the world for digital nomads. And if it's good for the digital nomads, it's good for the indigenous, between commas. And we are talking about digital nomads. Maybe a Brazilian that works in Singapore, but and then maybe a French guy working, and we were working in Jericoacoara, our international beach, or maybe some guy by a beach bar. You see him with his kite surf, and you don't know he works for a big corporation from New York. It happens, and I know this guy, for example. And we talk about digital nomad. The digital nomads are these migrants, these new migrants, and they do not migrate to stay. They are just dynamic as our brand new world, so not a linear world. They just stay for a while, 4 to 6 months, maybe one year, who knows. And that's the great turning point of our economy. First of all, maybe the dream to have your own house and pay the mortgage, maybe people will change their mindsets, willing to only to Airbnb. So we have some youngsters here. I don't think they have this dream of having their own house and to pay the mortgage during their whole life. I think it's more a thing of our generation, right? And the digital nomads, they demand a city that is connected, a city that can be exciting, so full of life, of leisure, and safe, with good health facilities, um, easy access to services, mobility, etc. So that city we want to us, right? And a city that features a great technology potential, because the digital nomads, they need to be connected, because if he works for a company in Japan, for example, it's midnight here, but it's midday in Japan. So I see this with good eyes. I see this with good eyes because it's very interesting. So, because this city that can provide all what the digital nomads need can provide much more for our own citizens. And I think Fortaleza features also natural characteristics and all these technological characteristics. Fortaleza is a hub for everything, because the airport is connected to the whole world. We have an aerial hub, we have a digital hub, we have a port hub, one of the biggest ports in the world. And I think yes, we do have this capacity. And I think I challenge you to transform Fortaleza into the greatest city for the digital nomads. Yes, I accept the challenge, and we are already working on it. We have We have hotspots for internet in the Fortaleza squares. We have 400 kilometers of cycle lanes and pathways connecting all the city. And others are, for the private sector, to have cafes, to have new buildings like this, full of technology, all integrated. And we have lots of things coming up, and I think Fortaleza is in a good pathway. We have people, a very warm people, and this structure is very well known abroad. Today we've had a meeting about public parks and libraries, and the researchers said because there's a word of mouth telling you are very warm and you embrace everyone and every new project very well, etc. So that's our reputation abroad with Johns Hopkins, for example. So Joana and Agda, I think we've arrived to the final moments of our panel. And I just want your final remarks on the title. So just 1 minute more. Please, I would like a suggestion from you of a headline for Fortaleza that could summarize this talk here, Just Fortaleza and then a headline.
A metrópole do Atlântico Sul.
So the South Atlantic metropolis, I would like some line like this, some headline like this. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the invitation. It's very nice to be here. I love to discuss. I'm a urbanist, and I love to discuss cities, and without half words. So the city of the opportunities. And I would like to thank the invitation. I try to represent our deputy mayor best way possible. I can't be like him, but I hope to have been in his level. Well, and the secretariat, we've transformed the proper noun in a verb. So Fortaleza, fortaleziar. Like Fortaleza is bold, and Fortaleza is courageous, and Fortaleza is everything. So, thank you, Águeda, Joana, Mauro. Thank you for this very special invitation.
Meu amigo
Please.
Cliff Vilar, obrigado
My
também.
friend Cliff.
Salva de palmas. Encerramos nosso Ceará Global em altíssimo nível. Eu queria pedir para vocês virem aqui à frente para a nossa foto clássica
So
e tradicional.
now
Quero agradecer
we
demais a Joana Nogueira,
will
a
close
Águeda
our
Muniz, ao
panel
Cliff
with our
Vilar.
traditional
Gente,
photo.
lembrando para vocês,
And
importante
thank you,
avisar, hein? Cadê?
the panelists, and thank you, our
Peguei a
moderator.
minha pesca aqui. Avisar
Well,
a
it's
galera, a
important
turma
to
toda
tell
que está
you
participando
that
do nosso Ceará Global,
you,
tá aí
our
no
participators,
virtual, participando da
and
programação online
participating
e da
online,
gamificação,
and
atenção,
participating on the
informando o resultado da
gamification.
gamificação, do ganhador da
Let me
passagem
tell
para
you
Portugal. Vai
the
ser
name
informado até
of the
às
name
24
of
horas de
the
hoje, porque ainda temos
winner
alguns desafios que estão
of the
acontecendo
air
na nossa
ticket
metrópole
to
virtual.
Portugal
Então aguardem
will
aí
be
que até às 24 horas
will
nós
be
vamos dar o
informed
resultado da nossa
until
gamificação.
midnight.
Gente,
Okay,
depois de 2 dias
and then after
intensos
2
de
intense
atividades,
days
que
of
foram
activities,
antecedidos de meses de preparativos, do trabalho
after
dedicado da equipe
months
de
of
produção,
preparation,
chegamos ao final de mais
we
Ceará
arrived
Global,
to the end of
edição
our Ceará Global
2022. Temos
2022.
certeza que levamos um conteúdo
I'm
diferenciado para o nosso
We
público,
brought you
criamos
a
conexões
differentiated
positivas,
content,
mostramos boas
creating
oportunidades de
good
negócios e,
discussions,
acima de
showing good
tudo,
opportunities for
deixamos
business, and
evidente o
most of all,
protagonismo
we've
do
left
nosso
evident
Ceará.
how
Agradecemos mais uma vez
protagonists
aos
we
nossos
are. So
palestrantes,
we thank our
mediadores,
lecturers,
cuja qualidade
mediators,
técnica e know-how foram
with
fundamentais para o sucesso do evento.
the know-how that was fundamental to the event. But the most important thing was you here in person and you online. And on behalf of our interpretation team, we thank you for your attention and we hope to be with you in other opportunities. Have a good night.
Já convido vocês para o Ceará Global 2023. Muito obrigado, encerramos aqui o evento.